Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The November 13th, 2025 meeting of the Medford Planning Commission will now come to order. Kaylee, can we have a roll call, please?
Rachel Bennett.
Here.
Larry Besco.
Here.
David Culbertson.
Here.
Mark McKechnie.
Here.
EJ McManus.
Here.
Jared Pulver.
Here.
Jeff Thomas.
Here.
Jim Wallen.
Here.
Roll has been taken.
Thank you, and we have a quorum. Tonight's agenda is available on the city's website for those watching from home. The order of business this evening will consist of consent calendar and written communications, minutes, public hearings, and reports. Item 20 is the consent calendar and written communications. Have the commissioners reviewed the consent calendar and written communication items? And if so, are there any items to be removed? I am going to move that we remove 20.2 from the consent calendar. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I move to adopt the consent calendar for item 20.1 as submitted.
thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, Kaylee, can we have a roll call, please?
Rachel Bennett.
Yes.
Larry Besco.
Yes.
David Culbertson.
Yes.
EJ McManus.
Yes.
Jared Pulver.
Yes.
Jeff Thomas.
Yes.
Jim Wallen.
Yes.
Mark McKechnie.
Yes,
We have 8 yeses.
and the motion passes. Thank you. Okay, item 20.2, can we have a staff report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Kelly Aiken with your Planning Department, and I have a brief staff report for you on a very unusual request for a private family cemetery. As always, we start with your authority and the approval criteria. As I mentioned, this is very unusual. There's actually nothing in Chapter 10 about this particular request, so we're relying on the statutory language in ORS 97. And then 97.460 in the Oregon Revised Statute has some requirements for private cemeteries. So the request that's before you this evening, the location, we're on the north side of Jackson Street, just a little bit west of Barnenberg Road. To the north is a church. The rest of the neighborhood is developed out with single-family detached residences. The general land use plan map designation is urban residential, and the zoning is SFR4 for the entire area. I want to talk a little bit about Chapter 10 of the Municipal Code and what it allows. So the code allows institutional uses in the residential zones subject to approval, the approval of a conditional use permit. Institutional uses include public and quasi-public uses like government offices, fire stations, churches, schools, and also include cemeteries, mausoleums, columbariums, and crematories. The code has special use standards for those cemetery uses, including access from higher order streets, requirement to provide a certain amount of on-site parking, and then landscaping and screening requirements for those facilities abutting the abutting properties. As I mentioned, there's no specific provision for private family cemeteries. The code is structured in a way that if a use isn't listed as permitted or conditional, typically it's prohibited. But again, it's such an unusual request, we thought we'd bring it to you this evening. Chapter 97 of the Oregon Revised Statute contains rights and duties relating to cemeteries, human bodies, and anatomical gifts. This section, 97.040 in the statute, exempts private family burial grounds from the vast majority of the provisions in Chapter 97. It's written really oddly, though, so I actually had our legal department help me kind of ferret out what does apply. The report in your agenda packet lists 9 sections that do apply to the request. Of those 9, only these 3 apply in this case. Some of the 9 include historic cemeteries and Indian burial grounds. So the first bullet has provisions for perpetual care and maintenance of private burial lots. The second regulates anatomical gifts, and the third bullet exempts private family burial grounds from certain penalties relating to operating a cemetery. So we'll come back to those statutory requirements. There are 4 on the screen that apply here. So for the first one, sub 1A, the assessor's records show that the Odell Trust is the owner of the property, with Mr. Odell as the trustee. So we consider the first criterion to be satisfied. The second is that the applicant has written consent of the Planning Commission. That's what's before you this evening. Subsection C and D require record keeping and disclosure for future owners of the property. So staff did prepare conditions of approval to ensure compliance with these standards should the commission decide to approve the request. So because it is unusual, I did produce 2 separate options for the commission to consider. The first is denial on the basis that private family cemeteries are not permitted in the code. Should you choose to approve the request, then I crafted 2 conditions of approval that ensure compliance with the 3rd and 4th standards in the statutory language. So that's about the deed restriction disclosing the disposition and location of human remains on property. So that's all that I had for you. It's, again, very unusual. And if you have any questions of me, I will do my best. And I wanted to note Mr. Odell, Senior and Junior, are in the audience this evening.
Thank you. First of all, do we have any questions?
I do.
Yes.
Oh, no, Commissioner Bennett.
About the condition 1C, agreeing to maintain records of the disposition, I understand the distinction between C and D, but I have a question about the line for the staff findings in 1C. In the event that no remains are placed at the location, the city shall be notified in writing. When is that? In the event that they're not placed there, but this is not upon sale, this is just when? If Mr. Odell Sr. dies and does not have his remains interred there, he has, the city has to be notified that it has not occurred?
Well, because, yes.
Okay.
Yes, and the idea was that should the commission choose to take a positive action here, then we probably should be made aware that the choice was to not follow through with your decision.
But that's not upon sale, that's just at any time somebody in the Odell family passes away, the city would need to be notified in that event that they're not having their remains interred there?
Correct. So I think the way I crafted it was that within 120 days from the interment, there needs to be something recorded acknowledging that. And conversely, if they choose not to, then they should just let us know.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have, yes.
So Kelly, under this type of action, since it's so odd, was there any noticing period or noticing the neighbors in the area requirements?
No, I did not, because there's no provision in the code requiring us to do so. So it's not a land use action per se. There's nothing in Chapter 10 that talks about it. That's why it's before you as a written communication and not as a hearing. It is, I've been here for almost 20 years, and this is the first inquiry we've had in this, like this.
Got it.
Yes, sir.
Kelly, I was just wondering, they indicated that other family members may go in there. I haven't seen the deed restriction, but is there going to be a limit on how many, and how is that controlled?
That's an excellent question. That could be, again, should you choose to do so, you could place a limitation on the number of folks that could be interred.
Okay, and may I ask a follow-up question, please?
Yes.
If going down the road, and at some point, it's decided that the property owner, who may be a family member or may not be a family member, would like to, exhume the bodies and put them in a deck. Is that going to be addressed in the deed restriction too, so that on the process of that or is there a state statute on that?
I think there's statutory language around that.
Okay.
I didn't look for that. That's a good question.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions on this way? Yes, sir.
In regards to the conditions, what do you see as far as a long range of enforcing those conditions through the planning department?
It's a good question. I mean, so it's an excellent question. I'm not sure how we will manage that, because I don't know how we would know where somebody's being interred outside of their own honesty.
Okay. And then I have a follow-up. So if, obviously, if the, assuming that this has only occurred in 20 years, if this occurs again in another 20 years, I don't know if I will be here, or you would obviously not be here as well, but how would we not make this duplicatable in regards to having the same situation?
That also is a good question. So I think one of the things that we may be able to do would be to list private family cemeteries specifically in the code and decide whether they're permitted, conditional, or not permitted. Just call them out specifically. That would be one way to do it. And if I might opine just for a moment, Mr. Chair, if that's okay. I always thought of this as a large family estate kind of a process and not something necessarily in the neighborhood. So I think that's part of the reason it feels peculiar to me.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Kelly, can there be a provision made if the family later decides we want to exhume whoever has been interred there and move them? Because then you'd be imposing on the new property owner potentially. Was that considered at all?
No, I did not consider that. So with the deed restriction, then the restriction itself could include some language for releasing that, and I'm not sure exactly what that would look like, but we could have some extinguishing language in there.
Okay, any other, so I've got at least one here, and that is, are you aware of any other private cemeteries within the city?
No,
So this would be a one-off?
yes.
Okay. And so, kind of a process question then. So there isn't a public hearing required, but we could ask the Odells to come and speak if they wish?
I think that we could. We have done that in the past. If the commission decides to do so, I think they could.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody interested in hearing from the Odells? No? Oh, yes, okay, all right, so we will ask one or both to come forward and
Thank you.
make sure that you introduce yourself, give us your name and address, and offer your information for consideration by the commission.
Hi, good evening. My name's Doug Odell, and this is my son, Doug Jr., and we own 2 pieces of property next to each other between Barnenberg and the Congregational Church. Have a large backyard that's totally fenced. It's just a beautiful yard and secured, and all our neighbors agree on what we're doing. And I would like to personally be the first one to be buried there, because we plan on keeping our properties forever. We own our properties, and we're going to maintain them, and we want to follow all the rules for the city of Medford and for what we're coming about.
Thank you. Questions? Yes.
I was going to ask the same question I asked. It says, do you know about how many you're considering, or is that?
Well, we've got at least 5 dogs buried there now, so that's a good start. But it would mainly be me and possibly my son, and I doubt if there would be any other parts of our family there. What
No, I agree.
And
probably just my son and I, and our rest of our dogs.
okay, all right. Any questions down this way? Yes, sir.
So to opine or think about the overall longevity of being interred on your property, what if your grandson or granddaughter or somebody inherits the property because you've indicated your family wants to own the property forever, and they decide they just don't want it and they want to sell it, but no one's going to buy the property with 2 caskets buried in the backyard, and she
Well-
decides to exhume them and move you to another place? have you thought about down the road what the implications are to the property?
Thought about that, but
No, nobody in our family's gonna exhume either one of us.
we're going to stay there, and
This is our estate, and this is where I've grown up, and he's raised me, and where we're gonna be forever.
we own our properties, and we want to maintain them and keep them that way. We're not willing to sell them.
Okay. So you'd be putting deed restriction on that has no expiration,
No expiration.
Loctite that even a distant relative, 3 cousins removed, can't move you.
And if you look at the law, how it's written, it specifically states that if the property is ever sold, you just have to tell the
Notify.
people about it. But anybody can buy it if we wanted to sell it, but I'm not going to be around at that point.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
All right, yes?
Just speaking generally, it sounds as though you have thought about it, projected ahead. You have the properties in the name of a trust, and the intent is to have things in these deed restrictions and in the trust that will provide for the maintenance of these burial grounds, and you are assuming a certain degree, or your estate is assuming a certain degree of risk as to the implications this will have for the property. Is that fair to say?
That is, I want to follow all the rules for the city of Medford and for everything it has to do with this ordinance. 100% follow the rules.
Thank you.
All right. You didn't have any comments, did you?
The only thing I'd say is under the statute, it would require the written consent of the planning commission. There's not criteria for consent. As I read this, this commission has broad discretion to approve or deny it just based on a judgment call.
Thank you. Okay, looks like that answers all of our questions. If there's nothing else to offer, then thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
Okay. Do you have something to?
What's the judgment call?
So the statute 97-460 sub B states that one of the requirements is the written consent of the planning commission. It doesn't lay out, like for a zone change, if there are certain things that are met, the commission has to say yes to the zone change. With this, the commission can judge in terms of whether or not it meets community feel, community expectations, makes sense, et cetera, and the commission can say yes or can say no and has the authority to say yes or no based on the decision of the commission members up here. And so there's not specific criteria governing that decision. They can look at the totality of the circumstances and make a decision either way.
Okay. Do you understand that my father and I we're neighbors? Our lots are completely, nobody else is our neighbors.
Well, the church.
Other
isn't
than the
it?
church. And we're consolidated.
Yes, sir. I was just trying to explain the statute and what this commission has the authority to do under the statute. It's the commission's decision what it ultimately does with that. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
may I ask a question for legal on
Yeah.
that point?
Sure.
I don't have a sense either way how this decision is going to go, but in the event a party wants to appeal what our decision is, would it just be like a de novo review because there's no criteria that we're really basing it on?
So it's, I have to say, because this doesn't exist within Chapter 10, the appeal process is less than clear cut. If there were to be an appeal to council without criteria, it's likely the council would also have broad discretion to agree or disagree with what Planning Commission did.
Okay, just wanted to make sure folks understood.
Okay, interesting questions. All right, then if I see no other questions, can we have a motion on this agenda item?
Great, I get to make this one.
You get
So,
to make this.
I'm really intrigued with the discussion we're going to have, but, Mr. Chair, I move to deny the applicant's request. Private family cemeteries are not permitted in MLDC 10.314.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Do we have any discussion on this item? Yes, sir.
So I'm going to, I guess the motion is to deny it. I'm going to vote no on that motion. We approve things all day long based on statute. The way I read the statute, it says that this is something that is permitted. And I'm told all the time that we have to vote for certain things that I completely disagree with. And yet we have a family that just wants to continue to keep their community together. So I don't understand why we wouldn't be voting to support this. It's their property. This is what they want to use it for. I think this commission should support it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes. Two down that way. Go ahead, Rachel. No, Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, I actually agree with Commissioner Thomas. I think I think the property owners seem pretty committed to following the guidance that is available, and, you know, they seem ready to assume any risk that comes with a rather unorthodox property use. I would vote no on this motion to deny.
Okay.
I can appreciate what Commissioner Thomas and Commissioner Rachel has said, but my only concern, and like I said, I love them to be buried there, but my concern is down the road, and I'm not talking 10 years, I'm talking 20, 30 years down the road. And there's so many things right now that are, for lack of better words, just not nailed down, that I'm uncomfortable voting yes on it as well. So I'm going to support the motion.
Thank you. Any other comments? No? Did you have one? Yes.
I think this is an odd request, and I make the motions. I think downstream, like Commissioner Besco said, I don't think it's just in the short term when you've passed, it's in the longer term. I think one of the unique aspects that actually would allow an approval of something like this is the fact that those two properties buffer the church. If you were to put some sort of provision that says, should you have no heirs in the future, that the properties are bestowed to the church and allow the church to actually make a cemetery or make application, I could see it working. It is just super odd. And I'm in real estate, so I see a lot of odd stuff. This is not something that I think it would encumber the property beyond marketability forever if it was not able to be done properly. So that's why I made the application.
All right. Thank you. All right. Yes, sir.
I appreciate your experience in that, but I guess my only argument would be if it's their property and they're not concerned about the marketability of the property. It's not our concern how their great-great-grandson or cousin may or may not be able to sell it. That's not what they wanted it for. They didn't even want it to be sold. So I don't think the marketability of it down the roads should be a consideration that we think about when we're making this decision.
No. Yes.
Are there any CC&Rs on that property? Are there any CC&Rs, covenants, conditions, or restrictions? That should probably be part of it to see if some builders add some weird stuff. Like back in the 50s, they added that you could not park your truck, meaning logging trucks, in your driveway. But that has been perverted to mean a pickup truck. So there's some weird languages in some old CC&Rs. So I think that might be something that wants to see if one exists
If
that covers that subdivision.
if it goes the other way.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll just add to, since it's in discussion, yeah, I'm going to vote no on denying the application. Similar to some of the comments made earlier, I mean, we do, most of the time when staff makes their recommendations, it's meeting all the conditions. I think this does put us in a unique opportunity, but based off of what the property owner has reflected on their long-term planning, and staff provided a pathway to make sure that that follows the request of the property's outright, responsibility. I don't see why not to consider it. So I'm going to vote no on the application, or vote no on denying it.
Okay. Thank you. So the motion before us is to deny the applicant's request. And Kaylee, can we have a roll call, please?
Jeff Thomas,
So I'm voting no because I want to possibly vote yes, right? Okay, no.
Jared Pulver,
Yes.
Larry Busco,
Yes.
David Culbertson,
Yes.
Jim Wallen,
No.
Rachel Bennett,
No.
EJ McManus,
No.
Oh.
Mark McKechnie.
Yes.
We have 4 yeses and 4 nos.
Okay,
So with
what? Yeah,
4
wait a minute.
yeses and 4 nos, the motion fails and we need a new motion.
Okay, no, sorry.
Commissioner Bennett?
I was going to make the motion if Mr. Culbertson is.
Oh, no, I'm happy with
Yeah,
making the
all
motion.
right. Then I yield.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I move to approve the applicant's request based on staff's analysis of the standards in ORS 97.460 with the following conditions of approval. The applicant shall record a deed restriction in the form approved by the city attorney disclosing the location of any human remains on the property. The recorded document must be returned to the city planning department within 120 days from the date of the interment. In the event that no remains are placed at the location, the city shall be notified in writing. And number 2, the applicant shall record a deed restriction in the form approved by the city attorney notifying future purchasers of the disposition and location of human remains on the property. The recorded document must be returned to the city planning department within 120 days from the date of the interment. In the event that no remains are placed at the location of the city, shall be notified in writing. I'd like to add a third. This is approved based upon that there are no existing conditions, covenants, and restrictions prohibiting interment on the property.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on this particular motion? Okay, seeing, what?
Sorry, Mark, I guess, I mean, I understand we're doing procedure and everything else. I think there should be some discussion. I mean, I guess maybe, maybe we're going to do another 4-4 vote and then who
Then
knows
where
what
do we go?
happens then.
Yeah,
And
well, that's
so, I
kind
mean,
of-
I think we should talk about it some more at a minimum. I mean, I guess the reason I voted in favor of the previous motion was I just think that I think maybe it's chicken and everything else, but I think trying to look at the crystal ball and I know that the intentions of the ownership is good for a lot of reasons. But I think, you know, being able to predict the future is very difficult. And I think there's a lot of scenarios where this could go a lot of different ways. And I think it encumbers the property in a very significant way. I also think it puts the city in a really awkward spot to try to monitor and manage something that frankly is out of their wheelhouse in a big way. And so I think it's fraught with issues. I think well-intended, I certainly understand that. And I think to say that, I guess the other thing I would say as a real estate person, I struggle a lot of times because we get a lot of people that come in here and say, well, you know, I didn't think this could happen next door to me or whatever else. I think this is definitely one of those things where I don't think it's expectation of something in a residential neighborhood that this would be be next door to you or anything else. And I understand the property owners are the only ones at the moment, and I understand that there's a church there, and we assume that's going to be there forever, but I don't think we can make that assumption. So that's where my struggle is. I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just sharing my position, and I guess I think we need to start thinking about what our alternative is if we hit another 4-4 vote. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I was just, you know what, Commissioner Culbertson brought up a couple of things that almost made me change my mind about the request. And he threw out the idea of, you know, that if the family wanted to bequest it to the church or something, and stayed in the church's hand, and I'm saying they have to do that. I'm just saying that was some kind of thinking out of the box that could make me kind of go along with something like this. But you know, like I said, there's so many things unknown right now, and that's my nervousness about it. Is it possible to bring this back again after the deed restrictions have been prepared? It's gone through the city's attorney's, you know, approval, and we can look at it with the deed restrictions, and that may ease my mind a lot about what they're proposing to do here.
So procedurally, under this statute, because it's not a normal land use action with the whole 120-day rule, et cetera, we have a lot of flexibility in how this is handled procedurally. If this is something where the will of the commission is for the legal department to work with them in terms of a draft deed restriction that would satisfy that. If that's something this commission would like, this commission procedurally could table the matter and have the applicants work with the legal department in terms of a draft deed restriction and bring back something a little bit more specific. That's allowed under the statute procedurally. There's broad latitude in how to process this.
Okay.
Thank you. You have a
So,
comment?
a lot of the discussion before and now have a lot to do with what happens in the future with the property as far as, let's be honest about what the marketability of is. They don't care about that. It's their property. They don't care if it's worth 45 cents 40 years from now. Who cares? They don't care about that. And the second thing is I spent 3 hours at a meeting on Friday at the Site Planning Architectural Committee meeting where they already have a piece of property that there's nobody around, and we're concerned about, well, what about if other people come in and they're not comfortable with what's going on there? We have people out on Coal Mine Road where they're going to build, 500 apartments out in the middle of nowhere, and we're going to approve it. It was approved by the Planning Commission to let it do it, and those people were already there. So now we're telling somebody that meets statute, the way I look at it, that I know there's nobody around you now, and I know you don't care what your property is worth, but we're going to micromanage what if people move in later, and you're going to have to deed it to this person. I don't think that that's really our venue. Does it meet statute? I think in 97.460 it does, and this is what they want to do with their property, so why would we not approve that?
Down this way, we got two here.
And
Yeah.
Commissioner Thomas, I can appreciate everything you're saying. My concern is not, it really isn't about the marketability of the place, but it's, in the cemetery, you've got things going on, you've got things being watched, and you know what's going on there. And with a home, and I noticed they have a pool in the backyard, and they go and either pull the pool out, and I'm not sure where the burial areas are going to be, and then somebody comes in and you got an excavator back there, and next thing you know, you uncovered, some graves, and so it's not controlled, and that's what's bothering me. Is that it's not the marketability at all,
Yeah.
So.
I think that most of my concerns, until I thought about the church idea, were based in real estate. I don't think it's ready for prime time. I would like to see the deed restrictions. I'd like to see the safeguards that the family's going to put in place. I'm inclined to vote yes, to approve them. But I think that we need more stuff rather than just a letter. I want to be buried in my backyard.
And I support that, as long as it's not going to cost them a whole bunch of more money to have legal come up with deed restrictions. If it's going to cost the applicant more money, then I'm 100% against moving forward with that.
We don't bill people for talking with them and coming up with a form that's acceptable to the city attorney's office. That's something that's just covered by the general fund in terms of our salary.
So there is no cost.
There's no cost.
I'd also like to flag, it's already used as a burial area. There's already 5 dogs there, and nobody seems to have had big beef with it. I think we're also projecting a lot of assumptions about how some future buyer that has not entered the room may feel about having remains in the backyard. With housing the way it is, I'm sorry, for a song, I'd take that property and take very good care of those remains for as long as I were allowed to live there. But it's not our jurisdiction to protect a future potential buyer. They are setting up deed restrictions. It's already in a trust. I think they are doing their due diligence and taking care of this in a measured, responsible, and trying to do it in a legal way. If we want to propose a municipal code addition to address private cemeteries, I think that'd be a great idea, because even if this has only come up once, the lack of specific guidance is clearly an issue, and we would like more guidance. But as it stands now, I feel like they should be allowed to do this, and I think they have the statutory foundation to do so. We ought to let them.
All right, well, I haven't heard a motion to table this, so let's move to take a vote on the motion to approve the applicant's request.
Jeff Thomas,
Yes.
Jared Pulver,
No.
Larry Busco,
No.
David Culbertson,
Yes.
Jim Wallen,
Yes.
Rachel Bennett,
Yes.
EJ McManus,
Yes.
Mark McKechnie.
No. Okay.
We have 5 yeses and 3 nos.
So it looks like the motion passes.
And for the city attorney, I would like to review those documents when they're prepared.
They're not being prepared.
City attorney's going to prepare the deed
No?
restrictions.
So the motion included for a form approved by, so it doesn't have to come, we can just in a planning staff report as an FYI, this is what was ultimately approved. We can bring that back.
Yes,
Just for information. So that's not, they need to come back, just to clarify, you don't need to come back to this commission for approval again. That was just a request that when we work out deed restrictions in a form approved by the city attorney, the commission just wants to hear an update from us as to what those ultimately were.
Well, somebody's going to have to look at the deed restrictions on the property that exist. Who's taking care of that?
We'll take a look at it.
You do that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, well, good luck. Okay, moving on, item 30, the minutes. Have commissioners reviewed the minutes from the Planning Commission meeting of October 23rd, 2025, and if so, are there any additions or corrections? Okay, seeing none, the minutes will stand as submitted. Item 40 is oral requests and communications from the audience. This is an opportunity for members of the audience to address the commission on matters that are not on tonight's agenda. If you wish to speak, please come forward to the podium, sign in, tell us your name and your concern. All right, seeing none, we'll move on to public hearings. Items 50.1 through 50.5 will be conducted as quasi-judicial hearings. Item 50.6 through 50.8 will be conducted as legislative hearings. If you plan to testify, please listen carefully to the following prepared statement regarding the procedural rules that govern these hearings. The statement will be read by Mr. Eric Minton, the city attorney.
Thank you. I'm going to explain the rules that govern these hearings. Before the hearing begins, city staff will give a report. The report will list the criteria that governs the city's decision. After the staff report, the hearing will be open for other speakers. The applicant will speak first and may ask for rebuttal time. Following the applicant, any other interested person will be allowed to speak. Any testimony, argument, or evidence you give must relate to the criteria listed in the staff report or other criteria in the comprehensive plan or land use regulations that you believe apply to the decision. If you fail to raise an issue or do not give the commission sufficient information so that the commission and any party can respond, you'll not be able to appeal that issue to the Land Use Board of Appeals. If you do not raise constitutional or other issues about any proposed condition with specificity so that the commission can respond to that issue, you'll not be able to bring a court action for damages. Before the hearing is closed, anyone who needs more time to present evidence must ask for more time. If you ask, the hearing will be continued or the record will be kept open. You'll have at least 7 days to present additional written evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minton. In order to proceed through this evening's agenda in a timely manner, we do have a number of people here. We will, 10 minutes are given to the applicant to present his application, and 3 minutes will be given to individuals that wish to talk about the application, or 5 minutes if they are representing a group or organization. And 5 minutes will be given to the applicant for rebuttal. Moving on to item 50.1, LDS 25-290, proposal for the development of a 5-lot residential subdivision. The site consists of a single parcel totaling approximately 1.19 acres, located east of Lozier Lane and fronted by Cherry Street along its easterly boundary, and within the SFR 6 zoning district. The applicant is IBH Investments, Inc. The agent is Metro Planning, Inc. The planner is Dustin Sievers. The applicant has requested to continue this item to the December 11th, 2025 Planning Commission meeting. If there's anyone in the audience that is if there's anyone in the audience that has come to testify on this agenda item, please come forward now and the Planning Commission will hear your testimony. Please keep in mind, however, that your questions may be answered when at the December 11th, 2025 meeting when the Planning Department presents its analysis. There will be no decisions made this evening on this agenda item. With that said, is there anyone that wishes to come forward and talk on this agenda item? Okay, seeing none, can we have a motion to continue?
Mr. Chair, I move to continue LDS-25-290 to the December 11th, 2025 Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, Kaylee, can we have a roll call, please?
Jim Wallen,
Yes.
E.J. McManus,
Yes.
Larry Busco,
Yes.
David Culbertson,
Yes.
Rachel Bennett,
Yes.
Jared Pulver,
Yes.
Jeff Thomas,
Yes.
Mark McKechnie.
Yes.
We have 8 yeses.
Thank you. Motion passes. Okay, moving on to item 50.2, CUP 25-235, request for a conditional use permit for a new public park approximately 7.76 acres in size. The new park is located at the southeast corner of Dakota Avenue and Gailey Avenue. The site consists of a single parcel approximately 8.26 acres in size and is within the SFR 4 zoning district. The applicant is the City of Medford Department of Parks, Recreation, and Facilities. The agent is Richard Stevens and Associates. The planner is Stefan Rohnfeld. Does any commissioner have a conflict of interest or ex parte contact to disclose regarding this application? Does anyone in the audience wish to question the commission as to conflicts of interest or ex parte contacts? Okay, seeing none. This item was continued from the October 23rd, 2025 meeting, and the public hearing is still open. Stefan, can we have an updated staff report?
Good evening, Stefan Rundfeld with the Planning Department, and next up is the Edison Park CUP continuance, and after that rather dark discussion earlier, I'll do my best to brighten your mood. That's why I brought support from the Parks Department, so please hold all your questions for the experts down there. I made a super quick presentation for this one. We went over it the last time. So we are within the Edison Park development, and we're looking at a new neighborhood park on about 8 acres within phase 3 of Edison Park. What changed from the last time? We did get a revised site plan. The only major addition to this one was that the ADA restroom is now part of phase 1, so that'll be constructed right at the beginning of the park development. Nothing else changed on here. We did get on that site plan, we have the proposed on-street parking locations noted. So we got 19 spaces to the north there on the top, and then we got 5 unmarked spaces on the left side and 9 spaces on the right. So we have 33 total on-street parking spaces available within the vicinity of the main entrance and the 2 northerly side entrances there. So I know there was discussion the last time about parking, so that's why we pointed this one out, those are 3 locations. Also wanted to point out that we already have a few existing neighborhood parks in the city that do not have dedicated off-street parking. We have Village Center Park on the left side, that's along Shamrock Drive, and then everybody probably knows Pear Blossom Park downtown, where there's no dedicated off-street parking available for this one. And then finally, we did receive a lighting plan. So there's 3 major security lights. Those are the blue dots proposed around the main entrance. And then all the orange dots are street lights that will be installed with the improvements of the public right-of-ways around the proposed park. And then again, staff did not come up with any additional conditions for this park. And this is why we recommend approval, as noted in the staff report. And it's based on the CUP criterion that no significant adverse impact on the livability value, appropriate development of a budding property or the surrounding area when compared to the impacts of permitted development that is not classified as conditional will occur. So it is our recommended action to approve this CUP with exhibits A through M, and that's all I had for you.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? Maybe on the site plan, somebody could point out exactly where the restrooms are going to be?
It is right behind the pickleball courts.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So with that, can we hear from the applicant or their agent?
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Rich Rosenthal. I'm your Parks and Recreation Director. I'm joined by Kim Tremue, our park planner, and she is the architect of the site plan that you're looking at that has been reviewed and approved by our Parks and Recreation Commission. We've been working with the developer, Terry Button, for about 3 years on this potential neighborhood park. The last time you had some questions about the 4 things that Stefan mentioned. This is a neighborhood park, and I just wanted to take a second to differentiate this park from other parks within the system. We have 28 developed parks in Medford. This would be the 22nd neighborhood park, and there are 6 community parks. Neighborhood parks are generally up to 10 acres in size. This is a little over 8 acres. Community parks are at least 14 acres, and they have features that are regional attractions, such as at Howard Memorial Sports Park or Lithium Driveway Fields. There are ball fields or amenities that require very large parking lots, and they attract people from all over the city or the region for large events. Neighborhood parks are intended to serve the neighborhoods in which they're located. The city's longstanding level of service for neighborhood parks is to serve residences within a half mile. And therefore, the intention is to, that park is going to serve people, it would be within walking distance, or we encourage them to ride their bikes, and that, installing parking lots is not the top priority. It would be for a community park. We have hundreds of spaces in community parks, Howard Memorial and Lithium Driveway Fields. We believe the number of off-street parking stalls, 33 here, 19 immediately to the north, is more than adequate for a neighborhood park, especially with this topography. It's flat, and it's going to serve the homes within a quarter to a half mile. Village Center Park that you saw is a really great example of a park that was built, I think, in 2018, 2019, and we do not receive any complaints about lack of, that there aren't enough parking spaces at Village Center Park, which is on the left there. So respectfully requesting not to have that condition placed on this park. 33 is more than enough. And historically, our department and our park planners have been asked on the site plan to make recommendations on the parking, and we're 100% comfortable with the amount of parking spaces here. With respect to the other things that came up last time, the restroom is being part of phase 1 of development. We're comfortable with that. Most neighborhood parks do have a restroom in it and an ADA compliant. That's what we would build anyway. The lighting that is proposed here, and there are 3 fixtures to the north end where the active recreation features are, the basketball courts, the pickleball courts, the playground. Their safety and security lights are not meant to light the courts for nighttime use. Those are standard in our park system. And the 4th thing that came up last month was access from the neighbors. There are 24 lots immediately adjacent to the park. That if the private property owners want to have a gate in their fence, they're responsible. It's on their property. If they want to have a gate, that's fine. If they don't, that's fine. That's their personal preference, and it would ride with the property. If they buy a property and they don't want to have access, they either remove the gate or padlock it, but that is not something that's regulated by our department. So happy to answer any other questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any questions of the applicant? Yes, sir.
So I'm glad you came this time because it made it very clear. My only concern is that with the community park and with the resources, I'm glad that you're working with developers to put these community parks in. I, for one, don't want to at the first stage, necessarily force a restroom if we don't have the budget for it, so it holds up the community park, and that is Mike. So maybe you can talk about that and whether that'll actually hold it up or won't.
So, Commissioner, your question is about whether the ADA restroom should be part of the initial build-out?
Yeah, because my concern is if it's not budgeted for, then maybe the community park doesn't get built for several years because we don't have the resources to build it immediately.
That is the classic chicken or the egg question. So, the Portland Loo restroom, as an example, that is a brand name, and that is a restroom that you might have seen downtown next to the RVTD station. Those aren't cheap. The park restrooms are not inexpensive to build, probably in the neighborhood of $300,000. The city has budgeted $750,000 for the initial build-out of this park. That's the city's contribution. What the developer may add to that, I'm not sure, but you know, for $750,000 to try to build pickleball courts, basketball courts, playground, yeah, that, you know, that is a big chunk of it. However, if we don't have a restroom there and we have active recreation amenities, there are going to be people asking for a restroom. It would then have to be a portable restroom, which we have had issues with all over town, some more than others, of them being vandalized. Eventually, we do need to have a permanent restroom there. It's just a question of whether that's the first thing in. It would make sense for us to install a restroom there, so long as there's at least another recreational amenity to go along with it. And I think that there is enough funding, whether it's just the 2 pickleball courts at first, or maybe it can be the pickleball courts and the basketball courts, but to get the sport courts in, and the playground, and the restroom, using the budgeted city funds, is going to be a stretch. So, you know, we're working with the developer, and that's why these things are phased, and we have a new budget cycle coming up in a year and a half. So we may have to budget more funds on the city side if they're available in a couple of years. But I do think that the restroom probably would be part of the initial phase.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes.
Yeah, if I understand correctly, there's no interior lighting besides the blue squares. I mean, so like if you follow the track, there's nothing, no lighting of any sort in there. Is that correct?
No lighting, I'm sorry?
No lighting inside the park outside of the blue squares that are at the top?
Not for phase 1. Now, the grass field, the open space to the south, there may be a need for lighting in the future, but we have 24 neighbors, and I think it would make sense for us to hold off on installing permanent lights that come on every single day before we have a better feel for the type of use and activity that happens in that side of the park.
Sure. So, I mean, I guess I was one of the vocal critics of the initial plan. That's one of my concerns, and I understand it's kind of a lose-lose situation because I think neighbors don't necessarily like lights that are on in their backyard that aren't their own, you know, aren't their own choice. At the same time, it's a, I don't want to use the word odd, but I will, in that it, you know, the park doesn't have a lot of street visibility. The couple that you pointed out, the downtown ones and the village center, are wide open, so you can see through entirely 100%, whereas this one, it's surrounded by houses with basically a U. So it's an interesting deal, and I'm not saying that bad people are necessarily going to congregate back there, but with the access and everything else, like if it's dark back there, people may. So I guess I'm just concerned about that, and I guess if we're approving the plan, that's one of my concerns. I think the same thing holds true in relation to parking. I appreciate that you've identified how many on-street parking spots there are, but it is different, this plan versus those plans, in that, you know, you're not, if you park your car on Woodland, you may be able to walk in, but you may not be able to see what your child or whoever is doing throughout the park, depending on where they are, whereas with those other ones you could. So it's just a different layout, and so it gives me pause, I guess I would say.
All right. Thank you. Rachel.
I just want to make sure I understand, because I had a similar question at the previous meeting regarding lighting. Is there not ambient, like, low-level path lighting around the open field walkway? There's no lighting back there? Okay,
Not at this time.
okay. But is it planned for phase 2, or is it just a we'll see?
You know, to Commissioner Pulver's point, it may become very obvious that we need to install additional lighting on the south end of the park. But I think we wait and see, and they're going to be neighbors. The homes aren't built right now. They should probably be involved in that consideration. At least know that there's a process for consideration, and also, you know, the cost of them, and also should they be solar? What type of fixtures? How high should they be? So we can put lights in. It's just we're not proposing it right now.
Thank you. Just want to had it in my notes. Otherwise, I want to make sure I had it correct. Thank you.
All right. Yes, sir.
So when the Rogue X was doing their expansion on pickleball courts, I know there was quite a bit of discussion on noise abatement, try and keep it down, hours of operation. Are you guys taking that same consideration in this plan with buffering and everything else for the homeowners?
Yes, in the landscaping plan, which you can't see here, that our standard procedure is to have trees, and that'll be a buffer. And we don't plan to program active recreation on that open field. However, we do know that it may be a practice site for, you know, soccer or for Pop Warner football. I don't think we would necessarily promote that, but it's possible, and that would be a reasonable use of that. If there's a problem with noise, and that we do have park hours, it is possible to go to the Parks and Recreation Commission and ask for a restriction on hours based on that. I think there's Orchard Hill Park. It's very similar to this, surrounded by neighbors, and there were some restrictions that were enacted by the Parks Commission years ago because there were a lot of soccer games and practices, and there were some neighbors. I think Commissioner Thomas might remember back then. And there's a path forward if there are some issues. That's what the commission's there for, to consider those.
Is there a standard for hours of operation on community parks?
No.
Or neighborhood parks, sorry.
No, other
So
than.
it's only imposed if
Here,
people
6
get.
to 10:30.
Right.
Yep.
There is in chapter 10, I mean, hours, where you can be cited for hours after park closure. So I can pull up those exact hours. Did you give me 30 seconds? Oh, it's on, right, 6 to 10:30, right there in front of my screen. I was looking at my laptop and not looking at the main
Didn't even
screen.
take you 30 seconds. Okay, any other, yes, sir.
Maybe go back for reference on that site plan, I was kind of getting, the lighting thing wasn't really of a concern for me until more of this discussion came on. So maybe this is a two-part question. So regarding the future phasing, I'm assuming those entrances on the south, the way that it's designed, that's going to be, I mean, those are pretty fixed, right, with the residential lots on both sides. So with that minimum, knowing that there's going to be future, you know, programming on that southern part, but the entrances are going to be fixed, is it appropriate to just assume minimum lighting there to make sure that the egress is, from a public safety, visible?
Completely agree with that.
Okay.
That would make sense for us to put safety lighting along that access easement.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'd just also like to mention that one small change that happened, and this was not to the park, but to the street lighting on the outside, CEC arranged some of the street lights to be close to the park entrances. So that one on the bottom, the south east there has a light right there. The one just north of that entrance has a light right at the entrance, and similarly on the west side of the park.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions, comments? All right, I'm assuming if you need it, you'll reserve time for rebuttal.
Thank you for the reminder. Yes.
You're welcome. Okay, with that, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak regarding this application? Okay, I am not seeing anyone. So I assume you, does staff have any additional comments? Engineering, anything? Legal?
Nothing, thank you.
Okay, assuming you don't need rebuttal, then we will close the public hearing. And do we have a motion for consideration?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to adopt the applicant's findings as recommended by staff and adopt the final order for approval of CUP-25-235 per the staff report dated November 6, 2025, and including Exhibits A through M, as well as the revised site plan, Exhibit C1.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, good. Is there any discussion on this motion? Okay, seeing none, Kaylee, can we have a roll call, please?
David Culbertson,
Yep.
Rachel Bennett,
Yes.
Jeff Thomas,
Yes.
Jared Pulver,
No.
Jim Wallen,
Yes.
Larry Besco,
Yes.
EJ McManus,
Yes.
Mark McKechnie.
Yes.
We have 7 yeses and 1 no.
Thank you. The motion passes. Good luck with your project. Okay, moving on to agenda item 50.3, ZC 25-300. Application proposing a zone change from SFR 00 to SFR 10 for a single parcel comprising approximately 0.87 acres located at 1015 Maple Park Drive between Ross Lane North and West McAndrews Road. The applicant is Ezekiel Nunez and Cecilia Nunez. The agent is Valente Sosa. The planner is Kagan Benson. Good evening, Kagan. Does any commissioner have a conflict of interest or ex parte contact to disclose regarding this application? Does anyone in attendance wish to question the commission as to conflicts of interest or ex parte contacts? All right, not seeing anything up there. How about a staff report?
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioner. I am Kagan Benson. Good job pronouncing it, I'll say. With your planning department, and I am presenting on an applicant requested zone change for the parcel found at 1015 Maple Park Drive. And we will start with your authority and the zone change approval criteria. So this is a type 3 quasi-judicial decision, which means the Planning Commission is the approving authority per Medford Land Development Code 10.110 subsection 4. The approval criteria for the zone changes are found in MLDC 10.204 subsection 2. Those criteria, as stated in the code, are presented on the screen and in the staff report. Those criteria have been addressed in the staff report and have been found to be satisfied. On to the project itself. The project is located at 1015 Maple Park Drive in West Medford. This is between North Ross Lane and West McAndrews Road. And in case it helps you place the site, it is about a mile, a little less than a half a mile, or excuse me, a little more than a half a mile south-southeast from the Road X. The project summary: the applicants propose a minor zone change for the parcel located at 1015 Maple Park Drive. The site is a single tax lot totaling roughly 38,000 square feet, which is 0.87 net acres, 0.97 gross. Currently on the parcel, there is a detached single-family home recently built in 2019. The general land use plan designation is UR, or urban residential. The zoning is SFR 00. The land was annexed into the city in 2003, and it has been zoned SFR 00 since then. And again, the proposal is to change that zoning from SFR 00 to SFR 10. SFR 00 allows for 1 single-family home and up to 1 ADU, whereas SFR 10 allows up to 10 dwelling units per gross acre, and they could be single-family homes, duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, townhomes, or cottage clusters. So, surrounding site. The site is immediately surrounded by residential neighborhoods. The image on the screen is looking north at the property. The parcels to the north, east, and west are single-family residential, and they are zoned SFR 10, SFR 10, and SFR 00 respectively. To the south is multifamily residential. This is zoned MFR 20. It's Ish Estates. So next, we will find the findings of facts and demonstrate the compliance with required criteria. Criteria 1 is consistency with the general land use plan map and the transportation system plan. The general land use plan designation for the parcel and surrounding area is UR. Urban residential and the corresponding zoning districts for urban residential are SFR 2, 4, 6, and 10. Accordingly, this figure demonstrates that the requested zoning is consistent with the current GLUP designation. Consistency with the TSP is demonstrated in Exhibit C of the staff report, which states no transportation impact analysis is needed, no conditions pertaining to streets, street capacity, or access are required, and street circulation and driveway requirements shall be addressed with future development, thereby fulfilling criteria 1. Criteria 2, these are the locational criteria specific to SFR 10. They're pretty simple. They say at least one parcel that abuts the subject property is zoned SFR 10. As we can see here, the parcels to the north and the east are zoned SFR 10, thus fulfilling the locational criteria. And criteria 3, it shall be demonstrated that category A urban services and facilities are available or can and will be available at the time of vertical construction. Category A services include water, sewer, street, and storm drain facilities. This application was analyzed, and based on evidence in the record, Exhibits C through G, it has been demonstrated that the subject property complies with this criterion. Recommendation. Based on the evidence in the record, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt the findings and final order of approval for ZC 25300 per the staff report dated November 6th, 2025, including Exhibits A through G. And that is it. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
All right, thank you, Kagan. Any questions of staff on this one? All right, I'm not seeing any, so
Thank you.
catch you on the other side. Okay, we will open the public hearing and ask the applicant to come forward and talk about the project.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Valente Sosa, and I'm here representing the owners of the property, Ezekiel and Celia Nunez. I don't really have any other information besides what Keegan already presented to you guys very eloquently here. And just like to very respectfully request the approval for the zone change.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the applicant? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone in the audience that would like to come forward and speak regarding this application? Okay, I am not seeing anyone. So, does staff have any additional comments? Engineering, anything to add? Legal? Anything?
Nothing from legal.
Okay, I assume the applicant doesn't need any rebuttal time. So we will close the public hearing. And do we have a motion for consideration?
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt the findings as recommended by staff and adopt the final order for approval of ZC-25-300 per the staff report dated November 6, 2025, including Exhibits A through G.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion on this application? Okay, seeing none, Kaylee, can we have a roll call, please?
Rachel Bennett,
Yes.
Jeff Thomas,
Yes.
Jared Pulver,
Yes.
EJ McManus,
Yes.
Jim Wallen,
Yes.
David Culbertson,
Yes.
Larry Busco,
Yes.
Mark McKechnie.
Yes.
We have 8 yeses.
Thank you. The motion passes. Good luck with your project. Okay, moving on here, agenda item 50.4, ZC 25-277, GLUP 25-276. Consideration of a general land use plan GLUP amendment along with zone changes on 2 parcels totaling approximately 0.65 acres in size located at 1392 Poplar Drive. The request is to change the GLUP map designation from UH to SC and change the zoning designation from MFR 20 to CSP. The applicant is 1392 Poplar Drive LLC. The agent is Oregon Architecture, Inc. The planner is Stefan Roenfeld. Does any commissioner have a conflict of interest or ex parte contact to disclose regarding this application? Besides me. As obviously, my firm is the agent on this, so I will hand the gavel over to the vice chair, and I'll come back afterwards.
Are there any other commissioners that need to disclose ex parte contacts, conflicts of interest? Anyone in the audience wish to question the commission as to conflicts of interest or ex parte contacts? All right, seeing nobody, can we have a staff report, please?
Yep. Hello again, still Stefan Renfeld with the Planning Department. Next up, the club and zone change for Harmony Homes. And we'll start with the criteria for the club changes, which is found in section 10.2222. No, 222, sub 2. 1, 2 too many. They've been addressed in the staff report and are summarized here on the screen for you. And then same rules apply that just did for Kagan's zone change in section 10.204B, other than there is no locational criteria for the proposed zone. So since we have the club change in addition to the zone change, the city council has the final decision-making authority for the club change. You are the advising commission to city council, and then you are the approving authority for the zone change again. And the zone change will be conditioned on subsequent club approval with the city council. We are looking at 2 vacant parcels, little under 2/3 of an acre, located to the east of Poplar Drive. Just to the north is Wilson Elementary School, the Road Credit Union branch on McAndrews, and Poplar is down to the south, and then the Poplar Village Apartments are to the west, and I think right adjacent to the north is the Montessori School, if I'm not mistaken. It's a school use. Not much to see from Google Street View. Vacant site, pretty flat, couple of trees. The existing club map designation is UH, which stands for Urban High Density Residential, and the zoning is matched by MFR 20, which allows for 15 to 20 dwelling units per gross acre. One of the reasons the applicant wants to change this to commercial is that the Urban High Density Residential Club Map designation only allows for MFR 20 and MFR 30. MFR 30 is 20 to 30 units per dwelling per gross acre, but there's a maximum, so it's capped at the 30. By going to the proposed service commercial club map designation and the associated CSP zone, the professional offices and service commercial and professional office zone, it still allows for multifamily residential development like all our commercial zones in the city, but there is no maximum. And we do have a type 2 SPAR application was submitted to staff together with these 2 applications. So we do know that the applicant is intending on building a 32-unit apartment complex on the 2 parcels. If you look at the lines above there, maximum density for MFR 20 would be 20 dwelling units. For MFR 30, we're looking at 22 dwelling units. And like I said earlier, with the CSP zone, there would be no maximum, so that's why the applicant is proposing to go down that route, so he can build over the allowable density that would be allowed in multifamily. Assuming the council approves the club map designation change, the CSP is a permitted zone in the proposed SC service commercial club map designation, and a traffic impact analysis was not required. The threshold there is 250 new vehicular trips. That was not triggered with this proposal. Like I said, there is no locational criteria. This shouldn't say MFR 30, this should say CSP. And with all the staff reports that were added to the record, the commission can find that with the conditions of approval included in Exhibit A, there are adequate facilities to serve the proposed future development of the site. So this is why the commission can find that all of the applicable criteria for the minor comprehensive plan change have been addressed and met, and the same is true for the zone change criteria. That's criterion 1 and 3, which is why we do recommend to send a favorable recommendation to City Council for the club change 25276, and then to adopt the findings as recommended by staff and adopt the final order tonight for the approval of zone change 25277 based on the staff report from November 6th, and it's including exhibits A through H. And with that, if you have any questions.
Okay. Does anyone on the commission have questions of staff? Seeing none. All right, we will open the public hearing, and could we please hear from the applicant or their agent?
Good evening, Commissioners. Shane Joseph, Oregon Architecture, and I have Turner Buckley as well to assist in case I can't answer any of the hard questions you guys pose. We don't really have anything else to offer except that we're very thankful. Staff has done a great job in presenting the project, and we'll just ask for a favorable approval.
Okay. Does anyone on the commission have any questions for the applicant? Okay. Do you reserve time for rebuttal?
Sure, if needed.
Okay. Should you need it.
Should
Are there any, okay. We'll reserve time for rebuttal.
Sure, if we need it.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any persons in the audience that would like to speak regarding this application? If so, please come forward, give us your name and address, and we'll hear your testimony. Not seeing anyone race down, so I'm assuming you don't need your rebuttal time. Does staff have any additional comments?
Oh, thank you.
Commission have any additional comments of staff or the council? No rebuttal. We will close the public hearing, and is there a motion for consideration? I believe we are going to do this in two separate motions.
Okay. Chair, I move to forward a favorable recommendation to City Council for approval of GLUP-25-276.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Kaylee, could we have a roll call, please?
Jared Pulver,
Yes.
Jeff Thomas,
Yes.
Larry Busco,
Yes.
David Culbertson,
Yes.
Jim Wallen,
Yes.
EJ McManus,
Yes.
Rachel Bennett.
Yes.
We have 7 yeses.
Will be forwarded over to City Council, and do we have a motion for the zone change?
Chair, I move to adopt the findings as recommended by staff and adopt the final order for approval of ZC-25-277 per the staff report dated November 6, 2025, including exhibits A through H.
And do we have a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Do we have any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, Kaylee, could we have a roll call?
Rachel Bennett,
Yes.
EJ McManus,
Yes.
Jim Wallen,
Yes.
David Culbertson,
Yes.
Larry Busco,
Yes.
Jeff Thomas,
Yes.
Jared Pulver.
Yes.
We have 7 yeses.
Perfect. Motion carries. Good luck with your project. And our illustrious leader will be making his way back down to pick up the next. Toss over the gavel.
All right. Okay, moving on to item 50.5. There we are. Okay, ZC 25-289, GLUP-25-288. Consideration of a general land use plan GLUP amendment along with proposed zone changes of portions of 3 developed parcels totaling approximately 1.48 acres. The parcels are located east of Ross Lane, south of West McAndrews Road, and north of West Main Street, and are fronted along their easterly boundaries by Rieger Street. The requests apply to the westerly 0.78 acres of the subject parcels and include a request to change the GLUP map designation of those parcels from UR to CM, and to change the corresponding zoning designation from SFR 00 to CH. Sorry, the applicant is Rieger Street LLC. The agent is CSA Planning Limited. The planner is Dustin Sievers. Okay, does any commissioner have a conflict of interest or ex parte contact to disclose regarding this application?
Chair, I have a potential conflict, so I'm going to recuse myself.
Okay. Anybody else? So it turns out that the tenant on this property is JB Steel, which happens to be owned by a cousin, but as near as I can, I have no financial involvement in either the company or the property, and it appears that they're a tenant only, so I see no conflict in me participating in the discussion. Does anyone in attendance wish to question the commission as to conflicts of interest or ex parte contacts? All right, seeing none. Dustin, how about a staff report?
Sure. Good evening, Commissioners. Dustin Sievers with the Planning Department. And just like our previous application, I have both a zone change and a GLUP change, GLUP standing for General Land Use Plan. So we did receive one new exhibit. We received it earlier this morning. I did forward it over to each of our commission members. This was a letter from a neighbor located at 115 Rieger Street. So that's directly abutting the southerly boundary of the subject area. And they did, in their letter, they mentioned a couple concerns about the impacts of their property in the surrounding neighborhood with the approval of the zone change. So we have included this as Exhibit R in the record. Our legal requirements have already been addressed. I'm going to go ahead and skip over those. Move on to our approval authority. So just like our previous application, the Planning Commission is the final approving authority for a zone change. When it comes to the GLUP change, however, they are an advisory agency forwarding a recommendation to City Council, and there is a City Council meeting scheduled for December 17, 2025 to hear this request. So the zone change will be contingent on the ultimate approval of the GLUP change by City Council. Look at our project summary. So the subject site, well, the subject area is actually 3 parcels, each developed with a single family home. The 3 parcels combined total approximately an acre and a half. However, you see in the yellow portion is the subject area, which is proposed for a zone change. That is currently vacant land. How it is used a bit, I'll discover in a couple slides here. So just to be clear that the existing residences, they will remain SFR 00, they remain residential properties. And as you can see, that the properties do abut Rieger Street, from which they take access off of. Rieger Street is a low-order street. It's currently unimproved and is under the maintenance jurisdiction of Jackson County. Look at the surrounding area. To just to the west of the property is the main property involved in this zone change. It is the JB Steel Construction Company. To the north of the property, directly to the north, is a single-family home, and just north of that is Pacific Lumber. To the northwest, you have the Pioneer Marketplace, which was a commercial subdivision. It was approved by this body. And then to the south and to the east, we have mainly single-family residences. Next slide at the bottom shows an image of the subject parcels looking west from Rieger Street. In the top left-hand, you will see an aerial view of the subject property. Clearly, this is the backyard of the subject properties. However, it's clear that they have been used as a lumber or a storage yard to store the materials for JB Steel historically. I'm not sure what the agreement between those properties, but as stated in the applicant's findings, has been ongoing use for about over 20 years now. So with the subject request, it is their intent to bring this use into conformance. And so they're just simply continue the use of the properties for their storage. And as you can see, they'll also be adding some additional land to the north to expand their operations. I should also mention that impacts to the neighbors is always important when it comes to zone changes. I neglected to put it in my staff report. However, in the findings provided by the applicant, they did state that it is their intent to provide a wall in addition to some landscaping to serve as a buffer between this ongoing use and the abutting residential properties. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that wall in a couple slides. Moving along, this site's general land use plan designation is currently urban residential. His zoning is SFR 00. As a review, the SFR 00 is a holding zone as applied to residential properties when they come annexed into the city. So this property was annexed in the city in 2003 at the same time that the JB Steel or the heavy commercial zone properties of the west, they were also annexed at the same time, and it was established that CH zoning. There's no overlays associated with the site, and the approval is to amend the GLUP map, change it to commercial, and to go ahead and change the underlying zoning to heavy commercial, which will again just be expand on the existing tract of land that's currently zoned heavy commercial to the west, used by JB Steel and another company just to the south. So I should point out there was currently a property line adjustment that's been submitted by the applicant shown at the top of the screen here. As you can see, they're simply looking to adjust the property lines that will match the exhibit map or the legal description of the area proposed for the zone change and GLUB change. So on approval of the zone change, the ultimate approval of the zone change and the GLUB change, then we'll go ahead and be able to approve the property line adjustment. Again, that'll be able to expand their operations a bit to the north, as well as to just continue their operations using essentially what is the backyard of the 3 parcels as a storage area. We should also mention that just earlier this spring, this body did approve tentatively the street vacation of New Bridge Way, shown on the left here. So on the right is the conceptual site plan that was submitted by the applicant. So in lieu of a public street, they're proposing to do a private commercial street. And you see it will skirt around the north side of the subject area and ultimately connect to Rieger Street. So there was some issues some details that had to be worked out between Public Works and the applicant. So this has been stalled for a while. However, it is now currently scheduled conveniently on the same date as this application on December 17th before City Council. And then it reminds me, I want to mention the wall. So we did not add a wall as a condition. It's a bit unusual to add conditions to zone changes. It's a little hard to enforce. However, the wall and the buffering is a condition as included with the approval of the street vacation. So the wall and the appropriate buffering will be installed. So looking at issues and analysis, quickly go through the zone change first. So the heavy commercial zone is permitted in the commercial GLUP designation. That property does meet our locational criteria. And even though they're going to continue to use the property as the same they've been using for the last 20 years, with the exception of slightly expanded to the north, we don't anticipate that there'd be additional traffic. Nevertheless, they were required to provide a traffic impact analysis, and that was provided by Southern Oregon Transportation Engineering. Had the executive summary on the screen, and ultimately they found that the zone change can be approved and no traffic conditions are necessary. Move on to GLUB. So the applicant did address all the statewide planning goals, as well as all the applicable criteria for a GLUB change, address them thoroughly in their staff report, and staff is supportive of those findings. So with that, I'll just simply move to our findings and recommendations. Staff has reviewed the applicant's findings and conclusions, and we recommend the commission adopt the findings as presented. So ultimately, we're asking that you forward a favorable recommendation for the GLUB change, and that you approve the zone change, and should point out that the final order of approval shall become effective upon approval of the GLUB change, which again is scheduled for December 17th, 2025. That's the meeting before City Council. And with that, I can take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dustin. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Yeah, is JB Steel going to have access from that yard onto the proposed commercial street?
There is a mention of that. I don't believe that's the intent historically, and it hasn't been used at that. I think there is a gate there, so I'm going to go ahead and defer to the applicant on that. I think they have some additional information about how that access has been used historically there.
I'll ask them.
Okay, thank you. That was my question. So
No, beat you to it.
you did. Okay, not seeing any other questions so we will open the public hearing, and can the applicant or their agent come forward and talk about the project?
Dustin, could you pull up the new bridge? Yep. Showing the new bridge stuff. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. For the record, Jay Harlan with CSA Planning with offices at 4497 Brown Ridge in Medford. As usual, Dustin did a good job going through the particulars. I do have just a couple comments. First, I will speak to the question that Commissioner Culbertson had about the access. There's actually like a gate now that is like super occasionally used for, they use that house as a rental. And they do go out to Rieger, and they have, I don't know, as long as I've been working for the Botzers, which is like 20 years now or something. And I wouldn't anticipate that to change. When they do is the very end is the steel fab, and occasionally the projects they're working on, essentially the beams are so long that they need the extra length to get them in the shop to do the stuff that they do before they load them out and take them to the job site. And so it's set up so that they would be able to do that with the new street, right? And actually it would be better than it's actually on the commercial street. But that's an infrequent thing because you just don't get jobs that need steel beams that are that long very often, right? It's like, I get the sense it's maybe like once every other month or something, they have to use that extra maneuvering area, and I would anticipate that to be the same going forward. And, you know, I would like to speak to the issues in terms of like, this is kind of married with the vacation to get it all to work. It's been a long time coming to figure out how to get connectivity to Rieger Street and the commercial area and get that to work. And it's sort of, this is, I think, the last piece of the puzzle to allow that to occur. And Dustin did mention the gabion wall and the buffering, which I think is actually I think it's superior to the base buffering standards that the city has. It's I think a pretty cool design, and it's going to be something that's going to be good, a significant improvement over the existing condition from a lighting and sound standpoint. And we stipulated to that, but we stipulated to it as part of the vacation, reason being that's the actual development. Typically the city of Medford doesn't like to put development conditions on zone changes and plan amendments, but something like a vacation that's contingent on doing this commercial access road, there's already development occurring, and so that's, I think, the more appropriate application to condition those improvements on, and we've agreed to do that in that application that the Planning Commission did recommend the City Council approve. So that's kind of, that's the big picture, and we would request you approve it and sort of allow that, what has been the yard for JB Steel, like I said, as long as I've been working for him, to become a conforming use and facilitate this connection. One thing I did want to mention, there was the comments in the record about I think, the buffering, it wasn't formally part of the zone change in GLUP, so I don't know that the property owner understands that there's going to be improvements that are actually going to improve the buffering. And as far as traffic on Rieger, I don't think there's any real regulatory issue, but I will say part of the idea with doing the commercial street and creating the connectivity this way is, given sort of the traffic conditions on North Ross Lane, a lot of, higher level traffic through there probably wasn't a good idea. This really just facilitates really neighborhood traffic, so they don't have to go out to Main Street to get to, if they want to get their car washed at that center or whatever else goes in the Pioneer Marketplace over time, they can go the back way. Similarly, employees would allow them to go the back way, but you're not going to have high volumes of commercial traffic and sort of general regional traffic through the neighborhood there. So with that, I'm happy to answer any additional questions, and we would request you recommend approval to the council on the GLUP and approve the zone change. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, sir.
So in regards to the conformity, so we're bringing it into conformity with the use of the yard that's already being used.
Correct.
Is there anything in the non-conformity that speaks to the industrial use going across into SFR 00 property, county-owned property, because you're crossing city to county? Is there anything?
As near as I can tell, it was there right. It was like this kind of right around the time when it was annexed to the city.
Okay.
So,
and
if you was like a pre-existing condition, I think at this point.
And if you have beams that long that have to come out and extend out that commercial way, how do you turn them onto Rieger Street? Or do you not? They come back
No,
and go
yeah,
around the
it's
yard
literally,
the
you
other way?
need that, you still come in this way, but you gotta go out there and bring them back, and then I haven't seen it actually happen. This is just what I've been told.
Got it. Okay. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Just so to be clear, this Newbridge Way, the private commercial street, really has nothing to do with the two applications we have before us. That's already been decided, and it's
Well,
some other.
it's recommended to the council, and we wanted to marry them up, so the Newbridge vacation would occur at the same meeting as the
Okay,
club.
but that's
And then-
but it's a separate land use action that. Right.
That's right. The only way in which they're similar is that we took the center line of the zone change area and the GLUP to the center line of the.
Okay.
So other than that, yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Criteria-wise, no.
All right.
Which I think is your actual question. Thank you.
Yes, all right, thank you. Okay, and I assume that you'll want to reserve time for rebuttal if needed? Okay, with that said, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak regarding this application? If so, please come forward to the podium, make sure you sign in legibly. You can do it after you speak, but make sure you do. And tell us your name, your address, and offer your testimony for consideration by the commission.
Yes, hello, my name is Jennifer Castillo, and I'm the person who turned in the letter via email this morning. And I live next door to the proposed zone change lots, and also JB Steel is behind my property and to the left, I guess. And it's just a short letter. Dear members of the Planning Commission, I am writing to express my strong concerns regarding the proposed zoning change for the lots adjacent to my home at 115 Ringer Street, from single residential to heavy commercial. This change poses serious risks to the safety, livability, and character of our neighborhood. Ringer Street is a quiet residential area with no street illumination, sidewalks, or front yard fencing. These conditions already make pedestrian safety a concern, and the introduction of heavy commercial activity would significantly worsen the situation. We are already experiencing traffic and safety issues due to the nearby El Gallo Mexican grocery store, whose parking lot is frequently saturated. Semi-trucks often block traffic at the end of the street, and cars regularly speed, park in unauthorized spaces, and use our driveways and front yards to turn around, especially at the dead end. This has created a hazardous environment for residents, particularly children and seniors. The proposed zoning change raises several additional concerns. Will heavy machinery or commercial vehicles be accessing the end of the property adjacent to my home? If so, this would further compromise safety and increase noise, congestion, and disruption in our residential area. And then, in regards to noise and privacy impacts, the shift to heavy commercial use would bring increased noise, foot traffic, and activity that is incompatible with the residential nature of Rieger Street. Given these concerns, I respectfully request that the commissioners consider implementing protective measures, such as privacy fence and landscaping buffer, between the commercial lots and our homes. This would help mitigate noise, preserve privacy, and provide a physical barrier to discourage unauthorized vehicle access. I urge you to prioritize the safety and well-being of Rieger Street residents and reconsider the proposed zoning change. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anybody else that would like to come and speak on this application? Again, be sure to sign in if you haven't done so already. Tell us your name and your address and offer your testimony for consideration.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Glenn Adams. I live at 82 Rieger Street. And I'm going to ask that you guys deny this. As Ms. Jennifer said, there is a lot of issues with safety on our road. I don't want to get in an argument with the gentleman that's presenting this. But in 14 years, I have never seen anything be hauled out that gate and down that road. We already have a huge traffic issue. It's unmaintained. We have open drainage. We have no sidewalks. This is not a good plan.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anyone else that wishes to speak regarding this application? Oh, yeah.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm representing my parents. They live on 121 Rieger Street. And I have children. They spend a lot of time at my parents' home. Like my friend Jenny, who is also our neighbor, my parents' neighbor, and our neighbor here, the traffic congestion there is beyond chaotic, I would like to say. Like my friend said, the parking usage of the market grocery store, people are parking on people's driveways, people are parking in the middle of the road, actually. There's been many occasions where traffic collision could have happened. You have to be very watchful of kids around and just people walking around the road and that parking lot, crossing the street. Turning onto Rieger from Main Street is very dangerous, and you have to be very cautious to very slow down, causing traffic behind you, and then just not even able to turn onto the street at times. They do use commercial trucking for their for the groceries delivery, and they are also in the middle of the road because there's nowhere else to park. So including, I wasn't aware of this road that was next to my parents' home, and then there's a neighbor. That road, I've never seen it being used, and the comment being made about it not being used by others, I don't think that that's accurate, because if anyone does find out about that, that isn't part of the neighborhood, I feel like they would use it unless there is like a gate or how I would like to know about how that would be used and allowed, if it's only going to be for the neighborhood or only for the employees for the commercial use, because otherwise that would be a very dangerous road to add there. And that's it.
Thank
for
you.
me. Thank you.
Okay, do we have anybody else that wishes to come forward and speak? No? Okay. Do we have any additional comments from planning?
Yeah, just to address some of the neighbors' comments, and we do appreciate those comments. It's just important to point out that the property will continue to be used the same way it has in years past, again, with the exception of a bit of a expansion to the north. And as far as the buffering, again, those concerns expressed will be met with the future street vacation. Those will be conditions of approval, so that it will improve the situation of what it has been in years past in terms of adversely affecting those impacts with sound, lights, et cetera. So they will be installing a buffer yard. In terms of access, I tend to agree that I think commercial trucks moving off of Rieger through a residential street is inappropriate. I'm not sure if there's any particular conditions that we would apply with the zone change. I would just simply say that probably it could be a code enforcement case. So I would encourage the neighbors, if we do see commercial trucks moving through that area, to reach out to code enforcement. We're looking into the matter from there. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Engineering, have anything to add? Okay. Thank you. Legal, anything?
No, I was just, my head was, I'm just worrying in terms of the code enforcement issue you raised about commercial structures on that street. I'm going to take a look real quick to see if that would be prohibited under our code.
Not necessarily traveling on Regal Street, as far as like if they were using the residential properties to access the storage facility. I'm not sure if that's the case or not, but yeah.
Gotcha. So it's more of a kind of a trespass issue crossing over?
Potentially. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Maybe Jay can clarify more on that.
Are you prepared to offer some rebuttal, Mr.
Yeah,
Harlan?
Again, for the record, Jay Harlan with CSA Planning. I'll speak to these issues, but I'm going to let Russ with JB Steel talk about like the connection, like what actually happens and will happen with this property's relationship to that future commercial street.
Hi, Russ Botzer, one of the owners of JB Steel. I'm the managing member of all those LLCs that are in the highlighted areas. We have absolutely no intention of turning our steel trucks onto Rieger Street. It won't work. It's never been a part of the record. The only time we've ever accessed Rieger has been when there's an emergency issue or emergency egress, like there was an accident on Ross Lane and our employees needed to get out on Rieger. And I think that's, I don't know, we've been there since 1964. And I think we've used Rieger Street once or twice. So, and, you know, part of it is just bringing this thing into compliance by also, you know, we're trying to put connectivity into that side. And this is the best way that we found, because otherwise, you know, JB Steel's got to go away. And I don't plan on it going anywhere just yet. I am getting a little older, but not ready yet. But yeah, we don't want to impact Rieger. I mean, those 3 homes that are there, those are our homes that are used for rentals. You know, we want to take care of those as well. That's why we're putting in the super duper fence. We don't want to be a problem with anybody, so.
Yeah, so I'll speak to the other issues. I mean, Russ makes a good point. I mean, he has rentals there, so that generate rental income. He wants Rieger Street to continue to be an appropriate residential area. And I wouldn't call it rebuttal, but I mean, we forced, you know, we were design-wise, like understanding the existing condition and sensitive to Ms. Castillo's comments. And that's why we're proposing to do, you know, kind of extra buffering, I would say. And doing that, it just wasn't part of this for the reasons that I described in my opening comments. And the other thing that I would comment about is that the actual traffic study that we were required to do, like, I think Kim put like 2 or 3 trips down Rieger Street from this, but the reality is, I think you heard from Mr. Botzer, that's because of the way they make you do traffic studies. They don't sort of let you say, oh, no trips are going to go there. But the reality is, as a practical matter, the trips are still, from this project, the trips are still going to go to and from Ross Lane on a daily basis. And that gate's going to be closed except in sort of a very unusual circumstance. You know, and the other thing I would comment about is she mentioned, because it's a dead end, people doing turnarounds in sort of unsafe ways, which is a thing on dead end streets. Well, the connectivity that the city wants, once that's there, people would have the option of, instead of doing the turnaround, going out the commercial street and getting where they're going, because they clearly went the wrong way. So with that, I would just, again, request the commission approve this.
Okay. Did you have a question?
I do. Can you speak just a little bit about how that connectivity for the commercial street came about and how it's going to be connected in the time frame?
Ooh, how long do we have?
Yeah. You have 3 minutes there.
Very good.
So just
very good. Yeah.
Think in those terms.
Yeah. So the history there is that you know, when we did the Pioneer Marketplace, the city wanted a street there, and the city didn't have available the commercial street option. And you know, there was a lot of discussion with the city about really how well a city street would actually work if you connected it to North Ross Lane, and then also the impacts to Rieger, given that it's a county maintained facility, and then that can cause some challenges, right? And so, but this option wasn't available when that development went through. Subsequently, the city made that code change, which I think is a really good one to be able to meet block length with an alternative and where it's appropriate. And I think this is a location where it is appropriate. And as designed, then you're not going to have high speeds. You're not going to have a ton of through traffic, but it's going to get the basic local connectivity that was really the city's objective. So it's balancing those issues.
With no added steel traffic. Yeah. That street's been baked in the cake for quite some time.
It started out as a city street, and it's being adjusted to this, which is, I think, the better solution. But the connectivity has been baked in the cake for a while, as Commissioner Besco will remember.
He has no comment.
He does. Very good.
Okay, thank you. You have a question?
Real quick, Jay, what does this buffer fence or whatever it is you're going to build, what's that going to look like in the end? Can you give me a description?
Yeah, so I guess I use the term assuming people know what it is, right? But a gabion wall is, you've seen them, they're like kind of steel, they're pretty cool looking actually. They're kind of like steel baskets, right? Then that are filled with rock, right? And you know, a lot of times in town, then you'll get some vines that grow up through the, you know, through the steel grating, right? And they're pretty burly in terms of like a lot more than just, and I think they're kind of better looking than like the concrete block that is the standard buffer in the code. I think they're better looking, and they're much more effective from a sound attenuation standpoint because there's just a lot more to them.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions, so thank you very
Thanks.
much. And with that, we will close the public hearing. And do we have a motion for consideration?
Mr. Chair, I move that based on the findings and conclusions that all approval criteria are met or not applicable, forward a favorable recommendation to City Council for approval of GLUP for GLUP 25-288, including Exhibits A through Q.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
And do we have any discussion on this motion? All right, seeing none, Kaylee, can we have a roll call, please?
Jeff Thomas,
Yes.
EJ McManus,
Yes.
David Culbertson,
Yes.
Larry Busco,
Yes.
Rachel Bennett,
Yes.
Jim Wallen,
Yes.
Mark McKechnie.
Yes.
We have 7 yeses.
Thank you. Motion passes. Do we have now a motion for the zone change?
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt the findings as recommended by staff and adopt the final order for approval of ZC-25-277.
No, 289. 277 was the last motion.
To a ZC-25-289 per the staff report dated November 6, 2025, including Exhibits A through Q.
Thank you. Do we have a second to this motion?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this one? Seeing none, Kaylee, can we have a roll call, please?
Jeff Thomas,
Yes.
EJ McManus,
Yes.
David Culbertson,
Yes.
Larry Busco,
Yes.
Rachel Bennett,
Yes.
Jim Wallen,
Yes.
Mark McKechnie.
Yes.
We have 7 yeses.
Thank you. Motion passes. Okay, moving on to agenda item 50.6, TF 25-263. Consideration of approval of a transportation facility application to upgrade Stevens Street from Crater Lake Avenue to approximately 250 feet north on Wabash Avenue. The roadway will be upgraded to include sidewalks, curb and gutter, parking, bike lanes, storm drain facilities, and street lighting in designated locations. The project seeks to modify the Minor Collector Street cross-section within a constrained right-of-way by eliminating parking on the north side of the street, eliminating planter strips entirely, establishing reduced parking and bike lanes, and on the south side of the street, and increasing sidewalk widths. Oregon Terrace is also being identified for potential improvements as a logical extension of this network. Improvements will be made to approximately 200 feet of the existing street, and new construction will extend Oregon Terrace to connect with Stevens Street. A modified Minor Collector Street cross-section will be applied that will increase the sidewalk widths and eliminate planter strips and parking entirely. The applicant agent is the City of Medford. The planner is Kayla Parr. Can we have a staff report, please?
Good evening, Commissioners. Kayla Parr with your Planning Department. I'll be presenting the Stevens Street Facility Development Project today. TF-25-263 is the file number. Thank you for reading that very lengthy project description. I'll reiterate that it proposes to apply a modified minor collector street cross-section to approximately 2,000 feet of Stevens Street in between Crater Lake Avenue and up to Wabash Avenue. Additionally, Oregon Terrace has been identified as a potential new roadway construction. It would connect Oregon Terrace to Stevens Street and would also apply a modified minor collector cross-section. And I'd like to make it very clear that the Oregon Terrace improvements are contingent on availability of funding. So whatever remains after the Stevens Street improvements would be applied towards the Oregon Terrace roadway construction. You all should have received new exhibits today, exhibits G through L. Those are all written public comments that we've received since original publication of the staff report, and I'll summarize those comments later on in the presentation. Some additional background on transportation facilities. They are required when construction of a new street or improvements to an existing street propose a modified roadway cross-section. This is a type 4 procedure. Planning Commission is the recommending body and City Council is the approving authority. Transportation facility developments are also usually reviewed by our Transportation Commission and Active Transportation Advisory Committee as well. The criteria for transportation developments, transportation facility developments can be found in section 10.226 subsection 2 of the Medford Municipal Code. All of the criteria have been included in your staff report and have also been found to be satisfied for this project. This slide shows the general project location. Stevens Street and Oregon Terrace are identified by the striped blue and white line. As you can see, Hendrick Middle School is located to the southeast of the project area, and we have some commercial centers to the west of the project area as well. Zoning within the project area itself ranges from commercial to single-family residential and multifamily residential. Project selection and funding. Stevens Street is identified in the Transportation System Plan as Project 615. It is a Tier 1 project. I'll get into what the tiers mean on the next slide. It's partially funded through state funds that have been secured via a federal surface transportation block grant, and the remainder of the project will be funded through City of Medford gas tax funds. Oregon Terrace is identified in the Transportation System Plan as well as Project 607. It is a Tier 2 project, and once again, it's subject to the availability of funds remaining after the Stevens Street improvements. So I just want to discuss what the Transportation System Plan does because it's come up a little bit during our public engagement process for this project. The TSP summarizes the city's priorities to meet existing and future transportation needs. It includes prioritized projects and costs, summarizes current funding, and provides recommendations for future potential funding sources. I'd also like to point out that development of the Transportation System Plan is really guided by mayor and city council, technical advisory committees, as well as extensive public involvement. And so in that plan, it identifies Tier 1 projects, which is Stevens Street. Those are said to have citywide significance, help implement the goals and objectives of the TSP, and are anticipated to be feasible over the next 20 years based on current transportation funding forecasts. In contrast, Tier 2 projects, which is Oregon Terrace, they are identified as needed to support the transportation system in the future, but are not considered part of the financially constrained plan based on existing funding resources. So the following series of slides will show you images of the existing conditions. This image is looking east down Stevens Street from the intersection at Crater Lake Avenue. As you can see, there are 2 existing travel lanes in either direction, establishing a 24-foot wide paved width. But there are no other facilities as far as sidewalks, bike lanes, or on-street parking, which are all standard elements of a minor collector street cross-section. Oh, and I would like to point out, so this gives a good view of the commercial properties located at that intersection. Whereas this slide will move into the residential area along Stevens Street. Once again, we're moving east down the road toward Wabash. This is at the intersection of Stevens and Marie. As you can see, there are some sidewalk facilities on the north side of the street in front of Willow Tree condominiums. However, those are the only sidewalks throughout the entirety of the project area. And now at the end of Stevens Street, this is looking at the curve into Wabash Avenue. Still no sidewalks, bike lanes, or parking. And here's a view of that curve, Stevens Street into Wabash Avenue, but from the north side. This is to the approximate location that improvements would be installed. And finally, here is a view of the existing pedestrian connection that connects Stevens Street and Oregon Terrace. This is the view from Stevens Street itself. And here's another view of that pedestrian connection, but from the Oregon Terrace side. Lastly, this image demonstrates the existing infrastructure on the adjacent streets. As you can see, Crater Lake Avenue running north and south has existing sidewalks, and then Stevens Street across Crater Lake Avenue has both bike lanes and sidewalks as well. In order to implement both the Stevens Street improvements and the Oregon Terrace potential roadway construction, right-of-way acquisition would need to occur. Approximately 13,000 feet of real property would need to be acquired from 35 landowners. A majority of the acquisition would occur on the north side of the street to widen the right-of-way. There would be some real property acquisition on the south side of the street, but that would primarily take place at the cross streets. However, engineering has included in their design plans optional curb bulb outs that could mitigate some of the need for that real property acquisition at those corners. And I would like to reiterate, I've spoken with several property owners about this, but the city would have to provide fair market value for any real property that was acquired. And here we have the standard cross-section for a minor collector street. This could be found in the Medford Municipal Code, section 10.428, subsection 4. The standard cross-sectional element widths consist of 5-foot sidewalks, 8-foot planter strips, 8-foot park lanes, 6-foot bike lanes, and 11-foot travel lanes. The pavement width ranges from 34 feet to 50 feet, depending on the inclusion of parking lanes or not. And the general right-of-way width would be 60 to 70 feet. Once again, the lower value accounts for the absence of parking lanes. So before we get into the technical design plans, I just wanted to discuss this excerpt from the transportation system plan that says, where right-of-way is constrained on existing roadways, flexibility shall be provided to allow modifications, such as 5-foot sidewalks plus tree wells, or 7-foot curb-tight sidewalks if tree wells are not feasible. So given the extremely constrained right-of-way for this project, even after real property acquisition, it's just simply not possible to meet all of the standard cross-sectional elements. And so Public Works Engineering has proposed to remove planter strips from the project entirely. So ideally, you would try to put in 7-foot sidewalks with the absence of those planter strips, or tree wells as they're being referred to in the TSP. However, in order to allow for other roadway elements, such as bike lanes and parking on the south side of the street, they have chosen to reduce the sidewalks to 6 feet, as opposed to the 7 feet that you would normally see in the absence of planter strips. And this is a text-heavy slide, but it's the section of the Medford Municipal Code that discusses and establishes the sidewalk widths in the absence of planter strips as well. That could be found in section 3.015, subsection 4. Now we'll dig into the design plans. I'll just give a brief overview of how to interpret these slides. The table at the bottom, the row on top, establishes the standard widths for a minor collector street. The row on the bottom is what's being proposed for the section, the box in red, noted on the design above. And then the yellow portions of the table indicate those cross-sectional elements that deviate from the standard. So for this particular slide, we're looking within that red box, which is from Crater Lake Avenue to approximately alley F12. We will have 11-foot travel lanes, 6-foot bike lanes on both sides of the street. On-street parking is not available in this section. Sidewalks are proposed at 6 feet. There are no planter strips. There is a proposed 2-foot median with 2 feet on either side. That median spans approximately 120 feet from west to east throughout that section. The total paved width is 40 feet, and the total right-of-way width is 55.5 feet. Moving east down Stevens Street, looking at a section from Alley F12 to Mary Street. We have the same travel lanes, bike lanes. We now have a 5-foot bike lane beginning to be introduced on the south side of the street. We have a 6-foot bike lane on the north side of the street. You'll start to see on-street parking introduced. That space will expand from 0 to 6 feet throughout this section. We have 6-foot sidewalks still, no planter strips, and we've now started to eliminate that space that's been provided for the center median. And paved width and right-of-way width are the same. And this section from Mary Street to Alley F18, we have now fully introduced a 7-foot parking lane on the south side of the street. Everything else has remained the same. For this slide, the proposed cross-sectional widths are identical to the previous slide, and this is from Alley F18 to Bessie Street. And for this section from Bessie Street to Pearl Street, once again, the cross-sectional element widths proposed are identical to that of the last slide. Now at the end of Stevens Street, turning into the Wabash Avenue turn, we have eliminated on-street parking again to provide more space for that turn, and then everything else has stayed the same as the previous slide. Now, this design was included in the staff report you received. However, I would like to note that perhaps it wasn't necessarily described as well as it should have been, so I'd like to make it very clear right now that there is an option to upgrade the current pedestrian path that is there. The one currently existing is not ADA compliant due to the grade, so the option would be to upgrade the pedestrian connection. That would result in a 5-foot wide connection with a more gradual grade that would meet those ADA standards. And then finally, we have the potential roadway construction that would connect Oregon Terrace to Stevens Street. Much of the design widths look the same. We would have 11-foot travel lanes, a 6-foot bike lane on either side. There would be no on-street parking. There would be 6-foot sidewalks on either side and no planter strips, no left or center turn lane. And the total paved width would be 34 feet with a total right-of-way width of 60 feet. As far as access management goes, engineering has been working directly with individual property owners that have expressed concern over access to their property, and they have actually, following an open house, which I will discuss in the next slide, I believe we're able to identify an additional driveway approach that was not originally in the design plans. And then also the parking lane on the south side of Stevens Street is really intended to offset some of the impacts to reduced access because they believe that a majority of those impacts will be felt on the south side of the street as opposed to the north side. And that parking lane in total will provide approximately 30 parking spots. Previous meetings that have been held for this project, or in which this project has been presented at, include the Transportation Commission and Planning Commission joint study session on October 13th, as well as the Active Transportation Advisory Committee meeting on the same day. We also had an open house at Hendrick Middle School on October 29th. I will summarize what happened at those meetings in the next slides. TC did forward a favorable recommendation to implement the transportation facility application, Stevens Street, with the stipulation that staff look into widening the parking lane by removing a foot from the north side bike lane, look at options for the Crater Lake Avenue intersection to provide a left turn lane, and to consider options for making the Oregon Terrace intersection So as you see in the table below, it follows the same methodology that our previous tables did. It compares the proposed cross-sectional elements and then those of the Transportation Commission. So highlighted in yellow are the recommendations that Transportation Commission made to reduce the bike lanes to 5 feet on both sides of the street so that you could implement an 8-foot parking lane on the south side of the street. Everything else remains the same. Oh, and I did receive confirmation from engineering that should the Oregon Terrace roadway construction be implemented, that there would be a crosswalk across Oregon Terrace. So hopefully that could help with some of the considerations that Transportation Commission was asking about. The Active Transportation Advisory Committee also recommended approval of the Stevens Street and Oregon Terrace Transportation Facility project with the following considerations: evaluation of parking needs on Stevens Street west of Northwood Drive to Crater Lake Avenue, and consideration of the addition of crosswalks at the curve of Stevens Street and Wabash. Once again, I did receive confirmation that should the roadway be constructed at Oregon Terrace, there would be a crosswalk across Oregon Terrace. However, I do not believe it's intended to install a crosswalk across Stevens or Wabash at this time. At the open house, Public Works Engineering did mail notices of the open house to affected property owners on October 1st, so approximately a month in advance. In total, we had 18 individuals who attended and 6 left written comments. Those written comments are included as an exhibit in your staff report. Several of those comments expressed opposition for the construction of the Oregon Terrace roadway connection, and then some comments expressed support for the Stevens Street improvements, but with certain modifications. We've also received additional public comments since the open house. I've talked to a few people on the phone, and the 6 written comments that we received within the past couple days are summarized on the next slide. A majority of them opposed the construction of the new roadway to connect Oregon Terrace, citing specific concerns regarding impacts from right-of-way acquisition. The property owners that currently live on either side of that pedestrian connection would be significantly impacted by right-of-way acquisition should the roadway be constructed. And then also just concern over intersection controls and the safety of people traveling through a new intersection created there. And several of the comments supported the improvements to Stevens Street, but with modifications similar to those mentioned at the public open house. Someone submitted a comment that suggested a shared bike and vehicle travel lanes as opposed to a designated bike lane. And then also sidewalk improvements only as an option without including bicycle lanes or parking lanes on the street. Once again, City Council is the approving authority for this project. It is currently planned to be at their hearing on December 3rd. And staff recommendation is based on the findings and conclusions that all the applicable criteria are satisfied. Forward a favorable recommendation for approval of TF-25-263 to the City Council per the staff report dated November 6, 2025, including all exhibits. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. That was a very extensive report. Do we have any questions yes, sir?
Kayla, can you go back one slide, please? Yeah. So, the parentheses part on the bottom, what was that about?
That is maybe a holdover. I think that might have accidentally been added as a mix-up from one of the proposed motion slides. We have generated 2 proposed motions for you, one that includes the pedestrian connection upgrade only, and then another that includes the Oregon Terrace roadway connection. And so I think the parentheses on that slide may have been in error.
So staff's recommendation, or I guess staff's recommendation is full approval of the project in its entirety, including the Oregon Terrace roadway.
Yes.
Okay. My second question, I don't know if you know this off the top of your head, but what's the bike lane situation, on Stevens Street on, I guess it would be the west side of Crater Lake Avenue? Like, are there bike lanes or not? Or
There are, I can pull up the go. Apologies. It might be a little difficult to see in this image because it's somewhat zoomed out, but there are currently bike lanes on the west side of Stevens Street across Crater Lake Avenue. I think if you look at the image, immediately after the intersection, there's maybe an arrow that would be the most identifiable, but there are no bike lanes on Crater Lake Avenue.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions down the, yes, sir?
So I just have a couple of questions. So based on the study session and also based on the presentation, I think the biggest issue for this being a tier 1 project is that really we're not doing anything at the corner of Stevens and Crater Lake Avenue to fix that whole mess, are we?
I do have Dennis Hart here
'Cause when you
with
go to-
engineering.
Because I for 20 years, I took that every single day when we were on Stevens. And basically you pull up, and it is kind of like Frogger. You just, who's going, who's not going, who turns, who doesn't turn. So to spend the kind of money to improve Stevens and Wabash, but not to address the biggest concern, just seems kind of like we missed it.
Yeah, I will defer that question to engineering. They are probably more familiar with the decision-making process for these
And
improvements.
then the second question I would ask is that, and maybe, and I know Jared would know a lot about this too, tier 1 versus tier 2. So a tier 1 project you're trying to get done in 20 years. Tier 2 is how long? Okay, so a tier 2 is more aspirational, probably, sometimes. So I guess I'm not understanding why we're, hey, we got tier 1 money, let's fix hopefully at the intersection, and let's fix Stevens and Wabash, but why are we necessarily riling up the community on the Oregon Terrace side for something that we may or may not be able to do? And then that puts the property owners in a situation where if they go to sell their property, even 15 years from now, they have to disclose that the Planning Commission and City Council approved this someday thing, but I'm selling you this property, but you might lose a little bit of this or a lot of it. It doesn't seem like that's necessarily something we should necessarily do if we don't even know when it's even possible to get money for the tier 2, is the way I understand it. But that's my 2 questions.
Dennis, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah. Thank you, Kayla. Commissioners, Dennis Hart, Public Works Engineering. It's a pleasure to be here with you tonight. Brilliant job, Kayla, in your presentation. First question on Crater Lake Avenue improvements. There were comments made by the Transportation Committee, I believe, regarding adding a left turn, dedicated left turn bay there at the intersection, which would model the west side that has a dedicated left turn and a through lane each way. We have our transportation managers with us, Carl McNair. We are supporting that left turn bay to make that intersection less confusing. So you have a left turn movement from Stevens going south, a through movement, and a through movement the east direction. So that should clean up that intersection, I believe there. Have I answered that correctly?
Is that part of this project?
I was just going to say, it's that, what you just said is not reflected on the drawings that we've got, where you have a dedicated lane each way, and going west, the lane goes both through and turns left. So.
Yes, so I don't know what.
Well, the suggestion would be to mirror what's on the west side, where you have 3 lanes at the intersection, 2 straight through, and a left turn lane.
Yes, that was recommended by the Transportation Committee a few weeks ago. We're in support of that move as well.
So what we see in front of us then would be modified?
Correct.
Okay. Yes, sir?
Would you be then adding protected left turn signals?
Yes.
Both ways?
It already is on the.
It's not protected left. It is a free-for-all. It's like
Okay.
Frogger.
Hang on.
That is the most dangerous intersection if you want to try and get across.
Okay. I'm fortunate to have my transportation manager with me here as well.
Uh-oh, here we
So
go.
I'm going to defer to him on the traffic-related.
He's kicking it upstairs.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Carl McNair with the Public Works Department. And we've looked at, we believe we can add the protected lefts, but as far as, there is room on the signal arms where we can put them, but we have a little more investigation to do to make sure that it's a very old signal, and so we need to make sure we can get the wires new wires pulled through the conduits to the correct location. We haven't taken that step yet, but we are working towards that goal. We're not 100% sure we can make it happen yet.
So,
Sorry,
go ahead.
I'm jumping on this one. Sorry,
You're
Jeff
supposed
and
to
Mark.
ask first.
How about the width of the road? I mean, does that differ from what is presented?
Yes, so what was presented has essentially 6 feet for a median, a 2-foot median, 2 feet on either side, and a 6-foot bike lane headed westbound. The plan would be to get rid of that median, as well as getting rid of the bike lane as it approaches the intersection. So we would end the bike lane in advance of the intersection, install a sharrow in the through lane just for that segment where we have the left turn lane.
Thanks.
So it would essentially be no additional right-of-way to be purchased?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
It's, the
You'd make
right-of-way is
what you're
very
getting
tight up
kinda
against
work.
the building there, and
Okay.
so we didn't feel like we could widen it anymore.
Okay, thank you. Any other? Yes, sir.
One pet peeve and one question. First, there's no N in Hedrick Middle School. Secondly, has there been an actual study of bike usage on that part of Stevens Street that would justify eating up on-street parking in exchange for having those bike lanes?
I don't know of a study, Carl.
No, there's been no study.
No, sir, there's been no study on that. May I go back to Commissioner Thomas's other question? You had 3.
No,
It was Oregon Street.
It was
I
about
think.
Oregon Street. So
Or Oregon
basically,
Terrace.
we need to fix an intersection.
Yes.
I believe, and then, obviously, I'm not against improving Stevens and Wabash as a tier 1, but I'm not understanding if there's only be a little bit of money left, that money should really be used to fix the intersection. And so I'm not sure why it's not really a question, it's just a statement, why we're letting people that live on Oregon Terrace believe that we're going to put a through street there that has no time to have it, no money allocated, no time to do it, but yet it puts them in a tough situation if they ever do go sell their property, even 20 years from now, and it hasn't been done. I would assume they'd have to disclose that this could be coming and you could lose half of your property, or a third, or 10%. So I'm not sure why this has to be done as one. So basically do the improvement on Stevens and Wabash and hopefully fix the intersection. And then later, if tier 2 money becomes available in 50 years, then maybe, come in front of a planning commission then and the city council then, and then ask for that. It seems like that would make more sense for the community, but that's just my thought.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. Staff had to consider those improvements as the Stevens Street improvements went through that area. So we've analyzed modifying the pedestrian facility, which Kayla showed early on, that lengthened that 14-foot elevation change over 270 feet. That was one option, and that's quite an investment. There's retaining walls that are needed every 50 feet at 5%. You have to stop, change directions. That's quite a facility to be constructed. It's showing up there on the screen. Analyzing that improvement versus what the transportation system plan states that needs to be done, which is the connection at Oregon Terrace, is just what staff had to propose when we go through there and respect that offering that's in the system plan. One option versus the other are significantly different. If we build the pedestrian facility and then later phase 2, tier 2 comes through and says undo that expense, $100,000, $150,000 would be for nothing. So we kind of need clarity on what option best fits the community, and had to respect that actual layout within the transportation system plan when we were analyzing the overall improvements.
So maybe to clarify that, it sounds like then the Oregon Terrace connection would elevate to a Tier 1 project. Would that be appropriate to say, or no? Because it sounds like part of this, the Stevens Street project is the change in the pathway from the end of Oregon Terrace to Stevens. Is that, do I have that correct? Or is that part of a, yes, this one, is this an actual part of the project, or is this something you're going to do if you have leftover money?
This is a part of the project.
Okay.
Once we address and touch that facility, we have to standardize it. So making it ADA compliant is the aim.
I see, and you're required to make it ADA compliant if you're, because of the funding source. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, and so you're, if I can paraphrase again, what you're saying is rather than spending, I'm picking numbers here, $100,000 doing this, let's spend that $100,000 making an actual roadway in there and save and improve the overall connection.
I don't think they're equivalent, that connection fully constructed. But
Well, I understand, but you'd have to add some more money, but
Yes.
rather than throwing the first 100,000 away,
yes,
that's the concept.
the directions within the system plan shows the minor collector going there. So we wanted to represent that as an alternative as per the plan, not having the ability to not follow that.
Okay, so when would the neighbors know whether or not this would happen? The connection for Oregon Terrace to Stevens.
Repeat the question, please.
I said, when would, so if this is sort of a tag-along on the project, when would they know what they're in for on the connection with Oregon Terrace, whether it's going to be the accessible ramp or it's going to be a roadway?
When would they know that? We
Well,
met
yeah,
them-
I mean, to the point over here, it's, if the connection of Oregon Terrace to Stevens is a Tier 2 project, which, and Tier 1 is the next 20 years, Tier 2 is anything after that, it has no funding. So, I mean, actually, I agree, are they going to be in limbo for at least 20 years to find out whether or not it's actually going to look like this, or will they know when you're starting to work on Stevens Street that you're not going to end up with enough money, and so this isn't going to happen?
I don't know if the premise of the question is, this facility has been laid out as a minor collector for many years in the transportation system plan. It
Well,
seems
well,
like
Stevens Street is the minor collector.
the connection at Oregon Terrace all the way to Oregon Avenue, all the way to Sunrise has been laid out since 2003 in the TSP
Okay.
as a minor collector. Whether or not it's funded in Tier 2, I don't know. I guess to your point, Commissioner Thomas, that if the forecasted facility to be constructed there is laid out in the system plan, it's coming, it seems.
So at some point it's coming, we don't know whether it's 2 years from now or 40 years from now.
Yes.
Okay.
So just one more to clarify, and
Yeah.
then I'll stop, is that, so my concern, so I believe what I'm understanding is that if we would approve just the Stevens and Wabash connection, that you would, with that construction at the same time, improve the ADA compliant pathway, correct?
Yes.
But if we say no, we're okay with you making the project like the staff has recommend to do Wabash and Stevens and then Oregon Terrace, what actually happens is that the pathway doesn't get improved, and so you've done the work, the pathway doesn't get improved, and it could sit there for another 30 years, still in limbo without the pathway being improved. So it isn't ADA compliant because you said, well, we're gonna put a road through there someday so that we don't have to make it ADA compliant today. Is that correct or is that wrong?
It's a very good question. I believe we'd want to actually.
So if it's
go
gonna
ahead.
sit there for an extended period of time, then we probably should just make it ADA compliant and spend the money for the community. And then later, if we put a road through, we put a road through. Because it seems like we're trying to skirt around making it ADA compliant in the hopes that someday we do the Oregon Terrace connection, and then we put the community that lives there in limbo about what's going to happen either way. And that's my concern.
Understood.
Oh, anything else? You're done? Okay. Yes, sir. Down at the end. Yeah. Larry.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask for traffic southbound on Wabash, wanting to make a left if Oregon Terrace is connected. And is there enough sight distance to make for southbound traffic on Wabash to safely make that left onto Oregon Terrace?
No. No. I don't know. We're all thinking.
Well, we haven't analyzed that
Okay.
to determine.
The other question I had, I don't know, may have not analyzed this either, but right now, there's no connection there at Oregon Terrace and Stevens. And because of that, right now, there's a lot of out-of-the-way traffic because they got to go some other route to get where they want to go, where the connection would allow them to shorten that route up. Have you looked at how much out-of-the-way traffic there is out there right now because it lacks the connection?
I don't believe we've measured that traffic,
Okay.
no.
All right, thank you.
I'll jump in because they're doing something. I think they're drawing up the third down play. So if I understand correctly, if we don't do if we do the Stevens Street improvements and we touch where that pedestrian pathway happens, we have to do the ADA. At a minimum, we have to upgrade that pathway to ADA compliance. Assuming that, now maybe this is a wrong assumption, but assuming some right-of-way has to be acquired, is it only enough right-of-way to achieve that project that you wouldn't have to go obtain all the right-of-way necessary to do the roadway? You'd only do that at the time you were actually going to construct the roadway. Is that a fair assumption?
Yes.
Okay. And then my second question was on some of the proposed cross sections. It talks about 6-foot parking lanes. Sorry, and maybe this isn't your cup of tea, but I guess I was just trying to understand what's the standard. I mean, I guess the standard is 8. So if you have a 6-foot parking lane, does that just mean that the foot or two on the whatever side of the street that would be is just hanging out into the bike lane or something? Is that
Commissioner Pulver, I can probably answer that question. That may be in reference to one of the tables that displays the cross-sectional elements. Is that correct?
Yep.
So when it says 0 to 6, that's just supposed to say that we are starting to introduce space in that section for a parking lane. So it's gradually increasing from 0 feet to 6 feet. And then in the following section is when you would see the full 7-foot parking lane introduced.
So it would be no parking up until the point it got to full width or?
Correct, of 7 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Might as well.
Might as well.
Might as well. I couldn't agree more with Commissioner Thomas about the intersection, that should have higher priority than the widening of the street. That is a disaster. The second point, I've driven a couple areas around here. I also pulled the 1974 vacation that the city council signed off to vacate the chunk of dirt and give it back to Lot 1, Block 1. And in that, they said vehicular traffic down here does not matter. Pedestrian and bicycle is the highest and best use. So they vacated it. They gave it back. They also put a stipulation that they had to give $1,000 to the city so they could build the pedestrian bike path. I go down Wabash as infrequent as possible. I drive a Ram 2500, and turning that corner, I am white-knuckled praying that I don't meet somebody else in a 2500 coming up Stevens. There is no right turn sight visibility going down there. It's a wing and a prayer. Adding a connectivity to Oregon Terrace is a disaster idea. The TSP probably needs to be revisited on that connection because that is not great. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much. We will move on and open the public hearing.
We reserve time for rebuttal in the event that there's
You
questions.
sure can.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. Checking to see if there's anybody that would like to speak regarding this application. If so, please come forward to the podium, sign in illegibly if you haven't already. Tell us your name and your address, and offer your testimony for consideration by the commission. Oh, dear. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, all right. And remember, it's 3 minutes.
Come on down.
You can be first.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. My name's Kristen Adams. I'm owner of the property at 535 Oregon Terrace. Our property sits at the corner of Stevens and Wabash, and so we're adjacent to the current pedestrian path and would be affected by both of the proposed projects. I am very concerned that these projects would have a negative impact on residents in our neighborhood, and I have doubts that they would improve safety, as I believe is intended as part of this plan. With the proposed Stevens Street widening, residents in the area will lose parking, outdoor space, and landscaping. This will not only affect their quality of life, but also potentially reduce their property values. The provided on-street parking, I believe, will be inadequate for the number of vehicles that it needs to serve, as well as trailers and other, things that are currently being parked on owners' properties, forcing more cars onto the side streets and impacting those residents as well. I question whether fair market value will be paid to residents from whom the right-of-way must be purchased. I also have concerns about the safety and cost of the Oregon Terrace Improvement Project. As was mentioned, the corner of Stevens and Wabash has proven to be dangerous, evidenced by multiple vehicles that have failed to make that curve and driven into the bordering properties, including my property on 2 occasions, which I've provided pictures of one of those accidents. Turning this into a 3-way intersection without adequate traffic control seems like an invitation for more accidents. I also think that maintaining a simple corner would be much safer for cyclists and pedestrians. Additionally, Oregon Terrace is currently a wide dead-end street, providing adequately safe connection for foot and bicycle traffic between Stevens, Wabash, and the adjoining streets, including Hedrick Middle School. Directing more vehicle traffic down Oregon Terrace sends cars into 2 intersections with poor traffic control and limited visibility. I've also submitted some pictures of that. It would negatively impact the residents on our street, turning what was once a quiet dead-end road into a busy corridor. I believe adding sidewalks to Pearl Street would be a more logical alternative, as this road already connects Stevens to Oregon Avenue, as well as Jackson Street. This would significantly reduce the cost as compared to having to purchase property and carve out a hill to make way for a new street on Oregon Terrace. So in conclusion, I believe that sidewalks on one side of Stevens Street as well as Pearl Street would be adequate to accomplish the goal of pedestrian safety at a far lower cost to taxpayers and a greatly reduced negative impact on residents. I ask that you please consider the viewpoints of the property owners who would be affected by these projects and make changes based on our feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. You can pull that down. There you go.
I would have to follow the tall person, wouldn't I? It's all right, she's my neighbor. My name is Michelle O'Connor, and I live at 516 Oregon Terrace, and it's at the end of Oregon Terrace. It's at the dead end, and where the bike pass-through comes up. I've lived there for 35 years, so I have some authority on traffic flow there. And I'm opposed to the Stevens Street Improvement Project, and specifically the Oregon Terrace extension, which in one of your letters was referred to as a logical extension of the network. And it may be logical, but it's not necessary to have a road there. And this project also introduces a major expanse of hardscape that is not in keeping with the quiet nature of our neighborhood. And another concern is the negative impact that this will have on property values. A letter from Medford Public Works states that the final design isn't going to happen until 2026. So I'm hopeful that there's an opportunity to develop a reasonable alternative plan that addresses the neighborhood-specific concerns, such as the aforementioned three-way intersections. There are 2 of them within less than a block of one another. There's no signage. There's no stop signs. There's no yield signs. There's no arrows. There's no nothing. So everybody that comes to that intersection automatically assumes that they have the right of way. We could use the installation of some additional street lights. We have some, but not sufficient. And especially for the time of year when it starts getting dark earlier, it makes it difficult. And remember that we live right behind Hedrick. So I'm asking you please to consider I'm asking you to consider upgrading the pedestrian walkway to an ADA and not connect Oregon Terrace to Wabash. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Frank Drake. I live at 535 Oregon Terrace also. Listening to the staff report, it seems like there's a lot of inconsistencies or it's not a very polished product. It'd be really handy I would think, to have everything written and shown in a plan for you to see and consider, not just he said, she said, and a promise. It's nice to have something on paper to look at and reference. It also seems like some of the standards for the widths of bike lanes and on-street parking, and seems like there were several changes to the standards. If you can't fit all of the standards in, why try to cram something together and possibly end up with something that's not a good situation. The turn radius and the three-way intersection, if that were to go through connecting Wabash Stevens to Oregon Terrace, I mean, I don't even turn left off of Wabash into our driveway. You come up Stevens and that's it. That would be incredibly dangerous. So I hope that you don't approve the plan, at least through the Oregon Terrace portion, and I would be supportive of a sidewalk on Stevens, but being a cyclist myself, and I ride to work sometimes, I'm the only person that you see most of the time. The other thing about the connection between, if you were to put a road through on Oregon Terrace, the track teams and the sports teams that come out of Hedrick, the kids practicing, they run up and down the hill for practice. You turn that into a through intersection, that sleepy dead-end street is no longer available for those kids to run up and down for practice. You see lots of kids with parents' strollers, kids walking in the middle of the road on Oregon Terrace. There's no traffic. You take that away, that'd be a real shame. So thank you for your consideration, and that's all I got.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mike Schulters, and I'm a homeowner at 1001 Stevens Street, and I'm one of those parents with kids walking up Stevens. And for 11 years, we've asked for a sidewalk, and be careful what you wish for, because now we're going to get double the size of our road. So I'm here to voice strong opposition to the proposed changes to our neighborhood. I believe they would reduce safety and diminish our community's character in ways that outweigh any potential benefits. It's hard to call these improvements. They may improve traffic flow, but not the quality of life, safety, or property values for the people who live here. Widening Stevens Street reduces the buffer between the privacy of our home and public traffic and will encourage faster driving, creating a danger for kids who play and cross the street daily. I agree that Stevens needs improvements, but the scale of this proposal doesn't fit an established neighborhood. I support adding a single sidewalk, maybe a painted bike symbol within the traffic lanes, traffic lights, gutters, while preserving the existing private driveways and parking that are already there. The suggested connection to Oregon Terrace also raises safety concerns given the sharp turn and existing speeding issues. Our neighborhood doesn't have businesses, schools, or dense housing to justify added public parking. Losing private parking would force cars onto the street, so no parking is actually gained. By moving all these unattended cars to the street, you're creating an opportunity for theft and crime as people walk by checking cars lined up in a row. Residents' safety should not be sacrificed for traffic convenience. On the south side, adding sidewalks, a parking strip, a bike lane directly against homes removes privacy and reduces safety, making it easier for strangers to check for unlocked cars and access unattended items on porches that currently sit away from the road. It would also remove mature trees and green spaces, which are essential to our community's character. The suggested changes won't accommodate more traffic, nor will they make our streets safer, so the priority of the city should be to work with existing properties, not tear them up and pave over them. A sidewalk with a green median to protect foot traffic, add bike emblems to make drivers more aware that they're sharing the road. That is all we really need. I understand that two sidewalks to encourage less street crossing might theoretically prevent accidents, but people are going to cross the street anyway. It isn't currently an issue, and we don't have room for it. A sidewalk on Stevens Street would make everyone happy. I would love to be able to take my kids and dogs for a walk on our street and not worry about cars that speed by. While Stevens has high traffic volume, I don't think we should be improving the road in such a way that it incentivizes people to use it faster. If anything, we should be deterring people from speeding through these residential areas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Evening, committee members. I'm not much of a writer or public speaker, so please bear with me.
Be sure to tell us your name and your address, please.
My name is Francis Arsona, and I live on 525 Oregon Terrace.
Thank you.
I strongly oppose the plan to connect Oregon Terrace to Spring and Wabash. The concept illustration shows a new sweeping road that will cut deep into my yard, taking out several mature trees, and also direct traffic closer to my house, which is worrisome from a safety perspective. There's already been a history of traffic incidents that resulted in damage to property and fencing, and moving traffic closer to the house will be unsafe. Accommodating the grade difference between Oregon Terrace and Spring Street will be disruptive to all neighboring properties in terms of managing rainwater runoff, the extra space that retaining walls will require, and how they negatively impact the view of the surroundings. The existing footpath already functions well to provide a pathway for kids walking to and from school while limiting vehicle traffic. Adding traffic to connect Wabash and Oregon Terrace will be based on net zero solution for pedestrian safety. I do not welcome the increased traffic, and a proposed connecting road will allow, because one of the reasons for selecting this property back in 1996 was the safe and peaceful qualities of a dead-end street. With that, I urge you to reconsider the connection of Oregon Terrace to Spring. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ashley Ayala, and I live on May and Stevens, and I am opposed to a lot of the widening of the street. I feel like it's excessive for our street. It's pretty little neighborhood, and throwing in, huge wide spaces for parking, which immediately just takes away everybody's parking spaces anyway. I feel like just leaving, it to, the regular width of the street and then an additional sidewalk would be just fine. And like previous comments stated, painting, the bike, sharing the road arrows and all that. I also feel like adding parking spaces directly in front of my home, which would be only the sidewalk's width away from my front door, would make me feel very uneasy, as I have 2 young children myself. And I also agree with many of the other comments about the safety of other decisions that are put in this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Blake Bloomquist, and I reside at 1299 Stevens Street, which is on the inside of the corner between Wabash and Stevens. As currently designed, I am definitely in personal opposition to this plan. One of the benefits of going near last here in the cavalcade is that I get to piggyback on everyone else, and they've all brought up the vast majority of my concerns. Other than the fact that I would lose about 90% of my front yard, 2 fully mature oak trees, and a walnut tree on that corner. I definitely agree that we need better pedestrian access on Stevens. Stevens needs work. I don't think it needs 2 bike lanes. I don't think it needs parking. Again, to piggyback on other people, most of that parking is going to come out of existing private parking in people's property. With the proposal as it is now, we would lose at least 3 parking spaces on my property alone. And across the street from us, as we are so close to the proposed turn, there will be no on-street parking. So that is not replaced, at least for us. I think that a lot of other people, probably ones that aren't here, are going to be experiencing very similar situations with their parking on the south side of the street as well, where they will lose multiple spaces in return for maybe 1 or 2 public parking spaces that they then have to fight over. I would urge a redesign and reproposal because, again, I do think that this street needs attention, and especially as Commissioner Culbertson brought up initially, that intersection is a mess down there. So hopefully they can come back with something a little bit better, a little bit narrower, a little bit less impactful. I don't think we need sidewalks on both sides. I certainly don't think we need bike paths, and we don't need parking. We need at least 1 sidewalk, some better markings, some better direction for drivers, and the least amount of impact that we can come up with. And I say this knowing full well that as somebody on the corner there, even with all of my proposed changes, my property will still be impacted the same as the current proposal. But I think something needs to be done, and making a wider turn there is a great idea. It just needs some work. It's not cooked yet. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nicole Barney, and my husband and Jake both live at 1167 Stevens Street. And I think most of my neighbors have summed up a lot of what I'm about to say, but I just want to begin with saying that I'm generally supportive of this project. Growth is happening, whether we like it or not, and the street does need updates that protect pedestrians, cyclists, and especially the kids that walk through. I don't know about bicyclists. I don't see that many of those that we need all these bike lanes, but there's kids that take that route every day to and from the nearby middle school. That said, while I generally support it, the project clearly represents a major change for those of us who live on the street. A significant portion of my property is proposed to be taken, and it's apparently about 550 square feet of our front yard. That's not small to me. My home is 960 square feet total, so it's a chunk of our property. That includes my fence, 10 trees, multiple other plants in our landscaping, and currently, we did that to provide privacy and a barrier from the street. Removing that and bringing the street 10.5 feet closer to my home brings up other things other than the engineering and the traffic situation. It's bringing the traffic closer to our homes. That presents other things like safety and health, privacy issues that it's already kind of close to the house anyway, so they're bringing it that much closer. It just seems, like everyone else said, we need to figure out something else. A lot of us are mostly in favor of this, but it clearly needs changes. So I just encourage the city and the Planning Commission to take these broader impacts into account and to consider whether more flexible design options could reduce how much adjacent properties are affected. If portions of our property do need to be taken, it's also important that compensation fairly reflects the fair market value as well as the scope of what is being lost or taken from us and how the remaining property will be altered. So I'm just asking for a more complete consideration of how this project actually reshapes the lives of us who live there every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anyone else that would like to come forward and talk? Okay, additional comments from planning and or engineering?
I'd like to start off by thanking everyone that came to provide oral testimony. The public engagement throughout this process has been refreshing, and I've enjoyed talking to all of the property owners throughout the process. And thank you for sitting through this very long meeting. Just to respond to the staff report inconsistencies, I can certainly acknowledge that. Throughout this transportation facility development process, things have been constantly evolving, especially as we talk individually with property owners, as we take into consideration those recommendations from Transportation Commission and the Active Transportation Advisory Committee. So at the time of the first publication of the staff report, it's correct, there are some things that were not originally included because engineering has still been working on implementing some of those recommendations. Obviously, the intent would be for all of that to be finalized by the time it's brought forth to City Council. But I just wanted to acknowledge that the inconsistencies, it's kind of just a process of working through some of these transportation development projects. And then as far as 1299 Stevens Street, I believe there was concern over parking. If you look at the designs, a driveway approach has been designed for that address. And I think those are the only responses I had. If engineering has anything they'd like to provide.
Thank you, Kayla, and thank you to everyone who came out to speak tonight. Two things I wanted to address from the comments. This diagram illustrates one of them, and the gentleman from, I believe it's 1299 on the inside of the corner here is aware of this. I'm glad he is, but I wanted to make sure the commission was also aware that this curve is being enlarged, so it's not going to be as tight of a curve as it is today. And also, the second woman who spoke, I believe it was Michelle, who lived on Oregon Terrace, mentioned some other intersections in the neighborhood that need additional traffic control. And issues like that, we have a form on our website that you can request if you need a stop sign or a yield sign. So we look at Public Works regularly looks into those types of issues for citizens, so please submit those via that, so we get the specifics on those. Thank you.
Oh, I got a couple questions for you, Carl.
Okay.
So come on back. A couple of things that came up that I have. Are you adding streetlights to this street?
Yes, streetlights are included.
And right now, there is no storm drainage on the street, correct? And you're going
I'll
to be...
defer to Dennis on that.
Oh, all right.
There's minimal storm drain, but we'll be adding new
So,
storm drain facilities too.
so if there happen to be issues with storm drainage or something running off the middle of the road onto somebody's property, that will all be addressed?
Yes.
Okay. And then, and thanks, Carl, for pointing out that the corner is going to be, the curve is going to be enlarged, so it will make it a safer intersection. But we heard a lot of testimony about we don't need a bike lane and one sidewalk would be okay. So I know that the city goes through a great deal of work on design of kind of standard roadways for standard types of streets. How much flexibility do you have to vary from those standards? And I'm kind of also, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but I sort of think that if there's any kind of dollars that you get from either the state or the feds, that comes with certain kinds of requirements, like you have to provide bike lanes, or you have to provide ADA accessibility when you do those kinds of upgrades. So I guess we're just looking for a little more kind of, am I wrong on all this, or is there only certain amount of liberty you can take with our standard street design, or what?
I'll take a crack at that. I believe we have the standards we're obligated to follow, and we'll try to suggest those best adjustments and requests that council, who has the authority to make those changes away from the code where staff doesn't. We propose those, and we've done that with the planter, trying to best fit this in here by reduction of the planter width.
But you really can't, I mean, you can't change you can't, for instance, make a travel lane 10 feet wide versus the standard, or you can't make a bike lane 3 feet wide, or, you know, there are certain limitations that you have a little bit of flexibility, but you don't have a great deal of flexibility, like eliminating sidewalk on one side of the street, for instance.
Yes.
Okay.
I would agree with that. We follow the code, and council has the authority to not follow, or to direct us to do something different. We appreciate the process and the community feedback, trying to fit it all together, and if they want to choose something else as their route and council supports it, then we'll construct what they want.
Okay. Thank you. All right. We will close the public hearing, and we have a motion for consideration.
Not sure. I want the one with no Oregon Terrace. Just the pedestrian.
This is it here. Well, I think that was it.
There, so this is the first motion, and this would be the Stevens Street improvements and Oregon Terrace pedestrian connection only. And then the other motion would be with both the Stevens Street improvements and the Oregon Terrace roadway.
There we go.
This one. Okay.
For discussion, Mr. Chair, I move to forward a favorable recommendation to the City Council for approval of TF-25-263 per the staff report dated November 6, 2025, including all exhibits, with the additional recommendation that the pedestrian connection to Oregon Terrace is upgraded.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, do we have any further discussion on this? Apparently we have a further discussion on this. I can't believe it. No, go ahead. So we'll start this way and work our way that way.
Okay, I guess I don't know how best to couch it, but I guess I think the issue related to the intersection of Stevens and Crater Lake Avenue, I think needs to be clearly highlighted. That the if we're forwarding a favorable recommendation, I guess my opinion is that intersection needs to be improved to mirror its partner on the west side, more or less. with a dedicated left turn lane, et cetera. So I think that needs to be encompassed. I think that I think we're calling for Oregon Terrace to not be improved as a roadway, so that's not part of our approval. It'd just be the required ADA approval improvements. I think that's good. All that being said, I'm still struggling a little bit. I mean, I think we got a lot of feedback tonight. I understand that engineering is getting a lot of input from a lot of parties, and ultimately council has to be the one that makes that decision. That being said, I guess I mean, to Mark's question earlier, what levers can be pulled, and it seems like what I heard was that council can pull whatever levers they want and design this however the heck they want to. And if that's the case, I guess I think we should give a recommendation that is exactly what we think it should be. And I don't like to get up here and design it. I would rather it be pushed off, because I guess fully baked was a term that got used a couple times tonight, and I guess that's an accurate description in my mind. I just don't think it's there, and I think that's really tough because you're getting constant feedback to change it based on everybody's different whims. But I don't know that this is the closest to best solution to satisfy all parties. So I think the intersection is a primary change that we need to at least make a point of emphasis, but I'm still not sure with that I can give it my vote.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I reiterate Commissioner Pulver. The intersection has got to take some priority in this. And just saying they'll add it, I don't think is an acceptable recourse. And I do
want to add that as a condition.
I will in a sec.
Okay.
But I think that we also have some latitude. If I remember correctly, when we had the Edwards Street, we pushed and shoved the bike lane and the sidewalk, given some different constraints in there with the road width requirements, and we were able to squeeze some stuff. I think we took 8 feet down to 7 feet. We
That was
moved the
parking. And they took it out of parking and added it to the sidewalk.
But we have some latitude to shove some stuff around. So.
And I think they've done some of that here too already.
True, but I think they need to do a little bit more maybe.
Okay.
And it may be that this is not ready. I completely agree with Commissioner Pulver that if we're going to give something to City Council for approval, let's give them something that is a complete package, particularly something that's going to impact the neighborhood so much.
Okay.
While I agree that there are improvements that need to be made to Stevens Street here, I think this particular proposal is a bit of, well, not a bit, it's overkill. I find it telling that Mr. Drake, who's a cyclist and lives there, doesn't see the need for bike lanes. I think we spend a lot of time approving these plans for bike lanes that simply don't get used. It's not a situation in which if you build them, they will come. You build them and they don't get used, and by doing so, we really create problems for the homeowners on streets like this. I think there is need for sidewalks. I don't think there's need for bike lanes. I agree with addressing the issue of the intersection at Crater Lake and Stevens, but this plan simply is not the best suited for that neighborhood.
And
so I couldn't vote in favor of this based on the intersection. And I don't think saying, hey, please make it a priority. I think if it doesn't come in front of this body with that as part of the plan, I can't send a favorable recommendation, because you're doing all that work and spending all that money and still leaving it as a disaster at the intersection. That's one. Two, at least from my perspective, I think community is the most important thing that you do. So you've had a lot of community members that are on Stevens as well as Oregon Terrace, but Stevens saying, hey, we know we need to fix something here, but what we're trying to fix is going to be really not great for their community. So what we're doing is we're taking away their private parking and then putting them on the street. And like one of the gentlemen said, so now there's going to be, in front of my house, I'm not going to have any parking, so I'm going to go down the street to find parking. And now I'm going to start having conflict with my neighbors, because who gets there first? When does this person move their car? They don't move their car. When we need to look at a solution where maybe it's a sidewalk on one side of the street, maybe it's on both sides, but we don't have bike lanes. But there's no, I don't know how we send a favorable recommendation when we don't actually have something that works for their community. So I would be voting no. I would like to see this maybe pushed down the road and some other options brought back, but that's where I'm at.
Okay, thank you. And
Yeah, I'm not going to do a lot of the repeat comments. I am going to vote no on the proposed motion. I do agree that I appreciate the property owner's input, especially if not including the connection with Oregon Terrace. But I do think that if council does give direction to staff, I do really appreciate that, when we set street standards, that's obviously why we have this process. But as we go through with further revisions, I think it would be appropriate for council to direct staff to make some of these concessions, and it can be brought back to us to make a better recommendation. So I appreciate some of the other additional commissioners' comments, because that's where I was hoping that, if that's the intent, is to get council's direction to make some of these revisions based off of the property owner's input.
thank you. Kelly, can we take a little 10-minute bathroom break here, or a 5-minute break for?
You are the chair, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, let's.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, do you have a comment?
If I may, and then we can kind of close our discussion.
Oh,
and not
good,
worry
thank you.
about
I'm sorry I
communication in the
missed you
hallway.
over there. Yeah, okay.
I'm also not going to echo what everyone else has said, just for brevity. I do want to say that I think putting in bike lanes that just get whittled down means you wind up having people parking in bike lanes, and that's unsafe and counterproductive, and I don't love it. I'm also in favor of the pedestrian improvement in the sense of the ADA walkway, not a street connection. I just want to state that clearly. But yeah, I very much agree that if we don't have clear description of what's going to happen at the Crater Lake Avenue Stevens intersection, both in the roadway and in the signaling, this really is kind of not for naught, but it's not going to be as useful as it could be, and we'll just be back here again. So unfortunately, I feel like as it stands now, I also would vote no on this. Yeah, we just need a little more work on it, I think.
Okay, thank you. Let's take a 10-minute break here. I apologize for that, but I think we need to take a quick break. Sorry. Okay, we are back in session, and I understand we have a motion to adjust here.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to withdraw my motion.
Thank you. And the second, will agree to withdraw it?
Sure.
Okay, it's been withdrawn. Now,
Thank you for that short recess, Chair. We have asked that this be continued to the December 11th Planning Commission hearing. That would provide engineering a little bit more time to finalize the design plans and take into further consideration some of the public comments that have been received.
okay, thank you. So,
Question?
yes,
Do you think that's ample time to do the research on the intersection of Stevens and Clear Lake?
Yes.
Got it.
okay. Thank you. And then we will consider a motion to continue.
Okay.
I would like to add one more thing, just as a courtesy to the property owners. They will not be receiving additional notices about that December 11th Planning Commission hearing, so they'll just have to check the website if they are wondering about location and time. However, this does push our city council hearing date out, so they will be receiving new notices about the city council hearing date because that will have to be adjusted.
Okay, thank you,
Very good.
Kayla.
Mr. Chair, the record will remain open, and we'll move to...
Yeah.
I'll hold on just 1 second. Did you have something to add? Mike,
Microphone.
turn the mic on. Thank you.
There.
Thank you. I just want to thank the citizens and the community out there for coming down and spending your time to provide their input. We met them at the open house, and we really appreciate this is part of the process, and we thank them for all of their investment.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Chair, I'll start over. The record will remain open. I move to continue TF-25-263 to the December 11th, 2025 Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on this motion? Seeing
Chair,
none?
I just one, or I guess Jeff's got something too, but I guess I just wanted to ask, as this stuff's reconsidered, I guess a comment was made that council has a lot of different levers to pull.
I think I know you're going to this. Finish your question. I may have an answer.
Well, I guess all I was wanting to say was a lot of different things were discussed or brought up by the citizens, and so I guess I think those things will want to be considered, but whether they can or can't, if they can't be, it would be good to know that, and if they can be, I think they should be brought back for discussion when we see it on the 11th. So,
thank you. Go ahead.
If I could just have a brief comment, and just for everyone here to understand, when we talk about, oh, code says this, code says that, code is designed by council as the general rule, and staff is supposed to follow that. Council does have some flexibility to deviate from it in case by case, but it's a complex process. But appreciate you working with staff in all this. Staff the original plans are supposed to comply with code, and then we work with that to try and come up with something the council would match the facts of the situation, also match the overall design that council set forward in the code. This is a process, particularly with a challenging, existing design like this. Appreciate all of your time working with this, and appreciate you working with staff on this as we try and work with the facts and then also work with the code that council has given us. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make sure, I think I heard Mr. Culbertson say they keep the record open. The hearing was actually closed, so we need to make sure that the hearing is open and not just the record. So we'll need to actually reopen.
So we
the hearing.
need to reopen the hearing.
Please, so would you stay your
I would
continuance?
please to say that I will reopen the hearing.
Thank you.
And click the gavel.
Okay, do we have another?
So the only thing that I'm hoping to see from staff when they bring something back is just, like, after speaking to Mr. Mitten there, it was like, you don't necessarily have to have sidewalks on both sides. You don't necessarily have to have certain, bike lanes, no bike lanes, because what I would like to do as a taxpayer and also somebody that cares about the community that lives there is I don't think we want to be taking property and eliminating their parking and then pushing them onto the street. That doesn't really solve any issue whatsoever. So I'm hoping we can get something that is the least impactful, but also improves the street design. So that's what I would like to see. Thank you.
Okay. I think now we're done with discussion for the moment, so Kayla, can we have a roll call on the motion?
Larry Busco,
Yes.
Jim Wallen,
Yes.
Jeff Thomas,
Yes.
EJ McManus,
Yes.
Rachel Bennett,
Yes.
David Culbertson,
Yes.
Jared Pulver,
Yes.
Mark McKechnie.
Yes.
We have 7 yeses.
Thank you. Okay, we will see you guys on the 11th. All right, agenda item 50.7, DCA 25-170, consideration of a legislative amendment to Chapter 10 of the Medford Municipal Code related to access standards. Yeah, I think they're, okay, yes, please take your discussion out in the hallway if you would. Thank you. Okay, the applicant agent is City of Medford. The planner is Liz Hamblin. And this item was continued from the October 23rd, 2025 meeting, and the public hearing is still open. How about an update on the staff report?
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Liz Hamblin with the Planning Department. I'm hoping that this staff report is fully baked and fully cooked and well done.
And not medium rare.
And not medium rare.
All right,
I think last meeting it could have been medium rare. So with that, quickly going through this project again. So it is a development code amendment to modify driveway access standards on arterial and collector classified streets. This is a type 4 legislative decision. It is a planning commission recommendation to city council, with the city council being the decision body. The criteria can be found in section 10.2 and 8 of the Land Development Code. It's been addressed in the staff report. It's on the screen, and we do have it at the front counter for all of the people in attendance tonight. So again, some history on this. Public Works holds quarterly meetings with stakeholders to go over things that they believe could be changed in our code. It's made up of local developers, land use planners, and engineers. And in fall of 2024, the question was brought forward of reviewing driveway standards. They did create a subgroup. That subgroup provided some clarifying driveway standards, and it was also focused on addressing the challenges in the cross-access easement requirements. So going into the amendment, they did separate the difference between arterial and collector standards. So when developers are looking at the code, they know the classification of the street, and then it's less confusing. So it's more clarifying how to do that. They did reduce spacing requirements for single-family dwellings or uses on lower speed collectors. So that provides residential houses to not have such an impact to these standards when developing on their lots. The cross-access easement standards, these were created in a tiered process, so based on street classification and uses, there'll be different types of tiers that will allow or require certain types of cross-access easements or how often they are. In the last Planning Commission meeting, there was discussion about if there was any proposed language that allowed for built-in exceptions for lots that don't meet the dimensional standards in the arterial and collector streets. And to that question, there was additional language added. I'll have that on the screen in a minute. But we do have existing language that allows for deviations with the delivery of a TIA that shows that deviations would be allowed. So that does allow applicants to not go through an exception process, but it would be required to have a TIA with that request.
Exception would be.
And so to Commissioner Pulver's question, this is a lot. It's not under development right now, but it was one that came to mind as far as not necessarily meeting the access standards of, I believe it's 250 feet of frontage. So in this particular case, if this lot, 1190, I think it's maybe Crater Lake Avenue, if they chose to redevelop, then because they don't have the full width or length that they need, they would be allowed a driveway, but it would be conditioned on providing a declaration of covenant saying that if the lot to the east, which is in the red box, redevelops and provides cross-access, then they would have to vacate that driveway. So they would get it until development happens, and then they would have to remove it. And that would be through a deed declaration or deed covenant. So that's just an example that got brought up at the last meeting, and we just wanted to clarify that. This is, again, a text-heavy slide, but this is the language that was chosen to be put into the code that allowed this to not have to be an exception request for the applicant. And so we believe that it does meet the need to not make them go through an additional application process. Let's see. So we did get comments from Medford Fire. We addressed those in our code language as well, and then other agencies we got no comment for. This amendment was presented at the Planning Commission study session and the Active Transportation Advisory Committee meeting on August 11th. Both of those commissions, it was you guys, understood what we were doing. Active Transportation meeting didn't provide any comments for that. This was presented at council briefings in October, so they've seen this amendment. And going on to the findings and conclusion, we can find that all of the criteria are either satisfied or not applicable. And staff is requesting that the Planning Commission forward a favorable recommendation of DCA 25-170 to modify the access standards of higher order streets. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Liz. Any questions of staff on this one? Not seeing any. Okay. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to come forward and speak regarding this application? All right. Not seeing anyone there. Any further comments from staff?
This should actually say November 6th, based on the report dated November 6th, and not November 4th. But
okay.
That's all I have.
All right. With that, we will close the public hearing. And do we have a motion for consideration?
Mr. Chair, based on the findings and conclusions that all the approval criteria are either met or not applicable, forward a favorable recommendation for adoption of DCA-25-170 to the City Council per the staff report dated November 6th, 2025, including all exhibits.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion on this one? All right, well, and thank you, Liz, for providing the clarifications from the last time. Okay, Kaylee, can we have a vote, please? Roll call, sorry. Roll call.
Jared Pulver,
Yes.
Rachel Bennett,
Yes.
Jeff Thomas,
Yes.
Larry Busco,
Yes.
Jim Wallen,
Yes.
EJ McManus,
Yes.
David Culbertson,
Yes.
Mark McKechnie.
Yes.
We have 8 yeses.
Thank you. Motion passes. Agenda item 50.8, a legislative amendment to Chapter 10 of the Municipal Code related to proportionate share for transportation improvements. The applicant is the City of Medford. The planner is Carla Angeli Palladino. And finally, you've waited so patiently tonight.
I like to be last. Good evening, Commissioners. Carla.
All right, well,
Palladino.
I'm sorry, let me continue.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I needed to turn the page. Okay, this item was continued from the October 23rd, 2025 meeting, and the public hearing is still open. Now, can we have the staff report?
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Carla Palladino with your Planning Department. Also here this evening with me, Carl McNair with our transportation manager with the Engineering Division to help answer any tough questions I might be able to do. So this evening, we're looking at a proposal for a legislative code amendment to Chapter 10 to include new provisions related to transportation mitigation associated with developments. Authority and criteria this evening. This is a Type 4 legislative amendment. You will be recommending to the City Council. They'll be making the final decision. The criteria for the amendment are based out of 10.218 of the Municipal Code. Those are addressed in your staff report. We find those to either be satisfied or not applicable this evening. So in terms of background, we have a transportation system plan that was adopted in 2018. In the back of that, kind of the last page of the document, talks about some different key code amendments that we talked about in 2018 that we wanted to advance into our code and to use as tools moving forward. One of those being looking at pro rata or proportionate share requirements for development related to traffic signals and roundabouts. So we've taken that guidance from that document. Engineering staff has worked with the Transportation Commission extensively to draft this language, come up with what might work, and I know that we've kind of maybe used some of this language already, but now we want to codify it and make sure that it's in our code so that we can use it more appropriately. So what is proportionate share? Again, this is as development is occurring, them potentially coming in and having an impact to an intersection and basically being able to pay their portion of the cost for what trips are going through that intersection based on their development. So just an example here, a new project has been submitted for review and approval and requires a traffic impact analysis be submitted. They've identified what impacts the development will cause to a given intersection. Development causes an existing, maybe stopped controlled intersection to not meet the level of service standard, so mitigation is required. The intersection is then planned for a future signal or roundabout, but overall the intersection does not yet meet the trigger for that improvement. So a condition of approval would be placed on the project to pay an equivalent amount towards that signal or roundabout based on that impact of the development. So in the future, when that warrant is made, when we say we need that traffic signal to occur, they're already paying into that future improvement. So money would be collected, we'd hold it until that signal or roundabout is warranted and ready to be built. So this does apply to projects that are not already identified to have funding in the TSP. So the tier 2 projects that we talked about earlier. So just going to go through, so this is a new section that's added, 10.462A. We have kind of 4 subsections: purpose and scope, applicability, proportionate share calculation, and use of proportionate share funds. So I'll try to go through those and give you a sense of what those are. So in terms of the first 2, purpose and scope and applicability, we're looking at really identifying kind of what this thing is. It supports a goal aimed at development paying its fair share of traffic impacts. It applies to transportation facilities under city jurisdiction. We try to make that clear. And then it also does reference the Oregon administrative regulations regarding amendments to either legislative or code amendments. So applicability, this distinguishes, again, when proportionate share can be used. So someone would pay when warrants are not met or they're identified as a major mitigation. And so that's a new term that we're placing within the code. Major mitigation would mean something like a relocation of existing signal pole or cabinet, right-of-way acquisition outside of the developer's control, mitigation determined by the Public Works Director as a major mitigation. In addition, so we would not pay, the developer does not pay when warrants are met. So if their impact triggers it, the signal's warranted, then that improvement needs to be made. Other suggested or other things that would not be a payment would be if it's a minor mitigation or a safety concern. And so again, minor mitigation is a new term, and something that would be considered minor is a sign installation, a signal head installation on existing signal poles, a new turn lane, a new median, or mitigation that's determined by the Public Works Director as minor.
Carla, sorry to interrupt you, but
no, please.
To clarify, on the do not pay, it really means they are paying, they're just not paying proportionate share.
Correct.
They are paying.
They're paying for the
at the
full
time.
meal deal. That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next section talks about the calculation, and so I wasn't part of these conversations, and so the graphic on the right is showing you that the development trips based on the project are divided by the total future intersection trips and then multiplied by 1.5. That calculation, the 1.5% takes into consideration engineering, construction management, contingency, and cost escalation. If total cost of the improvement is, let's say, $400,000 and the proportionate share percentage for the developer is 10%, that developer would owe $40,000. So that was the simple math in my mind that I could kind of come up with. So there may be cases where an interim mitigation measure is identified. So there's a section in here that kind of points back to a prior section. The cost for that mitigation actually would be 125% of the improvement, or the city may ask for it to be built. So there's a little bit of a kind of a deviation built in this section as well. And then the last portion is the use of the proportionate share funds specifically. And so again, the city would be collecting these funds either before building permits are issued or prior to final plat, depending on the project. The mitigation being paid for is based on estimates from the city engineer or the developer's engineer if the city agrees, or actual costs. There could be times when the mitigation has been constructed and there's still proportionate share that pays back into that pot. Proportionate share does run with the land use decision and cannot be removed until paid. City holds the funds in an interest-bearing account, but interest is not reimbursable to the developer. And then the code outlines how refunds work and how payment is made if the mitigation has already been constructed. So this has gone before, as I mentioned, the Transportation Commission. They developed this language with our engineering staff between February of '23 and October of '24. It also went to the Planning Commission for a study session in February and in June of this year, and you actually initiated the amendment in February. And then went to council briefings in mid-October. So agency comments. So this was kind of why we had a continuance last time. ODOT did provide an email saying that there was, they said they didn't have concerns, but then they had some concerns. So Exhibit D just basically says they're pointing out the OAR regarding kind of improvements and mitigation when a code amendment is done or a facility plan is done. And we kind of went back and forth. We had amended language, and we weren't comfortable with what they were asking us to do in October. And so we took a pause. We basically went back. The proposal that's in front of you is staff looking at what changes they had proposed and amending it the way that we wanted it to be. And so we sent it back to ODOT staff. We answered their questions, and we said, we're moving forward with this language. And we have not heard back since. So hopefully that's a good sign. We'll see. The sections here on the screen are what was amended. Again, the little purpose section talked about, we've included basically the OAR reference. We added section 2H, which I believe talks about, in more detail, the Oregon administrative rule. A minor change under the amended section just to clarify some things, and then I think we added the word mitigation in 4D. So we made some changes, we sent it back to them, and we're comfortable with the language. It's gone through our legal staff, and we think that we're in solid ground. So with that, we would ask you to forward a favorable recommendation to the City Council based on the staff report, including all exhibits. Be happy to answer any questions or punt them to Carl.
Okay, thank you. Any questions that way? Oh, all right. Well,
Carla, how long are the funds held before they're refunded if these upgrades are never made?
never.
Ooh, that's a good question. Carl, do we have a timeline? I would think that we would keep them until the improvement was done.
I guess my question is if you
Never do the improvement?
it never, the development never takes place, it's paid in, and then roundabouts or lights aren't ever put up. Somebody's paid in, would seem to me they should get their money back.
Got it. Carl, you have an answer to that?
Sure. Yeah, so the way that would work is if the development shows there's a future need for that improvement, then the proportionate share requirements place, they move forward, they pay in. It would require some additional analysis that shows, hey, this improvement's no longer needed in the future. And if that's shown, then they would get their money back.
But they have to perform the analysis.
Yes.
The developer would have to perform the analysis to get his money back.
Yes, and we've actually had this situation come up in the past. Pierce and Hillcrest was actually a condition for a traffic signal on several developments in the past. Prior to McAndrews Road the overpass being built and it being punched up the hill. And that really shifted traffic patterns around and showed that Pierce Hillcrest signal was no longer needed. So the way it worked at that time, this was before I was transportation manager, but there was one development that came in, showed that was no longer needed, and we allowed other developments to reference that same traffic study because no point in having people perform the same analysis over and over again.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Did we have another question on this? Yes.
Yeah, just curious, Carla, with the ODOT's response, are there any implications, if any, if they respond in the next week, or?
I mean, they have an exhibit in the record, so they have appeal rights.
Okay.
Do we have comments down this way? No? Okay, I have two problems with this thing.
Okay.
One of those, if you want to go back to your, the thing where he had the development of the trips. So this basically is a 50% or 150% of what is required, and we're at the TSP part of it down here is 125%. So this really is a penalty compared to the interim mitigation. I think that number ought to be 1.25. Do you have some sort of comment on why?
The multiplier?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yep, I think it should be
I'm gonna
1 point.
pass that to Carl.
To match this other one. And what?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, okay, then the other thing is, and I've run into this a lot. So this penalty is due at building permit. We're already soaking developers for hundreds of thousands of dollars, I might emphasize, of SDC fees. Especially on projects that are being built, the impact isn't really felt until the project is up and operational. I think we could honestly give developers a break and have this due at time of, or prior to C of O. If you want me to get on my horse here, I will. I can tell you about the SDC charges that are all over the state of Oregon compared to other states. But we're already late, so never mind.
I will let Carl address the 1.25%, but my understanding is that 1.5 was accounted for, like the engineering construction, so some of the things that are extras accounted for that number, but Carl can correct me if I'm wrong. I would say moving the money prior to C of O could be tricky. I mean, you have a 50-lot subdivision. Which lot pays?
No, I'm not talking about, I didn't have an objection to final plat. I understand that one.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's just with building permit.
So then if you have a site plan with a 50-unit multifamily, when do you pay? At the time of C of O?
At the time of C of O, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I don't know if if you ever thought about that.
Well, we have some other things that that we kind of work around that on other collection of funds, but it seems to me that would be a pretty simple way that we still have enough control of the project that we could collect the money then.
I would just say that my experience with the building permit process, planning never really knows when the C of O is being issued. So I would be concerned that engineering wouldn't know when that happens to get the money.
But you guys aren't responsible for collecting this money anyway. It's these guys over here.
No,
that
I
are.
know. I'm just, in terms of how that process works, I wouldn't want to say something yes and then it not work. So. Doug, did you want to comment?
Well, I want to address the multiplier, and then I'd like Doug to, he's more involved in the collection of funds and the building permit process, so I'll let him address that. So the 1.5 multiplier, as Carla mentioned, it's to address the engineering, construction management, cost escalation. These funds are going to be collected. We don't have a timeline on when these projects are being built, so we don't know what the actual cost escalation is. We're taking a kind of a shot in the dark at it. So that was a number that we also are using kind of projected traffic volumes, which are another, I'll call it an educated guess, but it's still a guess. And so there's just a lot of kind of uncertain factors involved, and that's how we came up with that 1.5, and which is a lot different than the certainty you have when someone said this alternative mitigation will work here. So if it's like an interim mitigation where, this development could put in a median instead of a traffic signal and address their issue. But a traffic signal is planned in the TSP. The city could say, okay, well, for your development, we can't require more than that median because that addresses your impact. But we actually don't want a median here. We would rather put that money towards a future traffic signal. That's where that 125% comes in, because in that case, the developer has a much more known fixed cost that would normally be required, and we took that 125% from what we require for bonding.
Okay, I understand. So my two comments there are, if it's taking you 50% of the project cost, you're never going to be in business in private industry. 25% ought to be plenty. And you're collecting the money well in advance, and the money that you earn interest-wise by parking it in an account should cover the cost of inflation, which has averaged historically about 3% a year. So I think 1.25 would be plenty.
Okay. Doug, do you want to address the other?
Good evening, Chairman, fellow commissioners. Doug Burrows, Public Works. I don't think I got to say hi yet to you guys tonight, so nothing like it last minute.
Just make it quick.
Yeah, so I don't know where the 1.5% came from. That's why I had Carl answer that question. Building permits. So yeah, a lot of people really want to flag everything on the C of O. The problem is the building code requires a C of O be issued once the building gets to a certain status of construction. Regardless of other things like is the street built or other things built, all those types of things. So we can try to withhold C of O, but the reality is the building official is obligated to issue it once the building's to a certain completed state. So we don't put things on C of O as much as possible unless there's bonding or something in case. In this case, we're trying to collect money. That's why we collect SDCs up front. And thank you for paying those. It builds projects like Foothill, Stevens, Lozier, Edwards, all those types of things are SDC dollars at work. So, and yes, it can be expensive. So anyway, that's why we don't stick things on C of O. It's really hard to ensure that you're going to get them. And once I get C of O, it's like see you later C of O. You just won't see them again. So,
I concur.
Thank you, Mr. Mitten. I'm just going to bring you everywhere I go. Thanks. So, thank you. Any other questions?
I have none other. I've said my piece. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. If we have no other comments, we'll close the public hearing. And do we have a motion for consideration?
I was going to put the motion slide up for you.
Oh,
Okay.
there you go.
Mr. Chair, I move that based on the findings and conclusions, I move to forward a favorable recommendation for approval of DCA-25-199 to the City Council per the staff report dated November 6, 2025, including all exhibits.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, Kaylee, can we have a roll call, please?
Jim Wallen,
Yes.
Jared Pulver,
Yes.
Jeff Thomas,
Yes.
Larry Busco,
Yes.
Rachel Bennett,
Yes.
EJ McManus,
Yes.
David Culbertson,
Yes.
Mark McKechnie.
No.
We have 7 yeses and 1 no.
Thank you. Motion passes. And that concludes tonight's public hearings. And Transportation Commission,
We have not met since our last meeting.
Site Plan and Architectural Commission, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. We had the construction off of Cold Mine for the 500-unit apartment complex. It actually went a lot better than I thought it was going to go. It was just, we did continue it so they could get the record cleaned up because a lot of stuff came in late. But really, they understand that the Planning Commission rezoned it, and so it can be built. It's just they have concerns about connectivity and the traffic that they've been talking about for years and years. So I thought it went fairly well, and hopefully they're going to come back, and they're working with the applicant on possibly another connection. So hopefully it'll go good. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Planning Department, Ms. Aiken?
All right, good evening one more time. Look, you started and ended with me today. So a couple things. First, thank you everybody for coming tonight. It's been a minute since we've had a full house, so I'm glad to see all your faces today. Let's see, so study sessions coming up for you. Nothing on the 24th is scheduled. I have a question for you. So a couple weeks ago, we did a Planning 101 for our counselors, which was pretty well received. And I'd like to do something similar for you. It runs through statewide planning program, through the comp plan, through implementing through Chapter 10 of the Muni Code. So I'm curious to see if all y'all would be interested in that. If we do that, I'd like to do it in person. I think it would be more valuable in person than virtually. So any kind of temperature? We have some yeses? Okay. So it may be December and it may be January. I'll send out some feelers for you to get that going for you. I think it's pretty good. Upcoming business for you, of course, nothing for Thanksgiving or Christmas. So December 11th is the next time we'll have a regular meeting for you. Let's see, City Council, next week they're going to hear the SPAC membership 2.0. And I think that's all, unless you have questions for me.
Kelly?
Yes, ma'am.
For the Planning 101, if we do it in person, which does sound great, if that could be an evening session, that would be my preference, but I would yield to the desires of the majority.
Okay. Versus noon. Okay. We'll send out feelers. Thank you very much. I wanted to wish you all a very happy Thanksgiving. 'Tis the season for traveling. So if you're traveling, please travel safely. It's a bunch of craziness out there these days. And enjoy the time with your family and friends. And we'll see you in December.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Okay, messages and papers from the chair. Just thanks, everybody, for hanging in there tonight. I think this is kind of a record-long meeting in my tenure, but yeah. Remarks from the city attorney?
I'm not going to filibuster at this time of night.
Okay, proposition or remarks from the commissioners?
Chair, just real quick, sorry. I don't know that the whole body feels this way, but on that private family cemetery thing was kind of an interesting one. So I guess we have to provide direction if we want staff to make code changes or something, maybe. I don't know how that works, but I guess I would like to avoid having to do that again if we could. So, and I'm sure you would too. But anyway, so something to think about. Also, I thought Kagan and Kayla, that was the first time I'd heard them present to us. I thought they did a great job. So you stuck Kayla with the hard one. So she must have drawn a short straw. And if Stefan ever says 222 again, he has to wear a tutu.
All right. Well, with that, we are adjourned.